Ugh. The worst thing about this is I know it's blowing up everyone's phones and stuff with Twitch notifications, and I always feel bad about that. I wish I could be like, no, don't re-notify, but it doesn't work like that. So I'm just gonna sit here and be salty. Really quite annoying. This is definitely two parts. It's one my network and two my PC. So I'm gonna be working on fixing one of those things as soon as I possibly can. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, that's not the right scene. Let's just go for it. Yeah. All right. Let's do the spell shot thing. As soon as I restart stream again. Rabbit, thank you for the raid. You're catching me as I'm troubleshooting connection issues and such. Thank you so much for the large raid. I'm glad you're pulling the numbers, Rabbit, and good for you. Welcome, Raiders. If you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff, and I have a terrible internet connection. What speed do I have? I have Optimum, Cablevision, whatever you want to call it. And if you live in, like, Connecticut, you know. They suck. But best in the area, unfortunately. So, today we're gonna mess around with a fun gun on Spell Shot. This gun makes a lightning bolt when you crit. And it also does the standard black powder ricochet thing. And how better to crit than by once again just slaving myself out for Clawbringer's Awe skill, which is post-add crit chance, so that's just a flat 22 after our other calcs. So we crit with a very high degree of consistency here, and we've got spell shot gun stuff going on. And it's a good time. What spell do I even have equipped? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna full send. Hey, that's a last rites in a vending machine. I'm gonna buy this to see if it can be enchanted. I know it can't be, but science. Okay, good test. Let me throw some stuff in my bank. You guys hear my cat snoring behind me? It's, is today Pet Day, or National Pet Day, or was that yesterday? I have no concept of time.
Choose, Fate Maker.
To the featured. That's interesting, Strawberry Sinju. That's interesting. Exalted Tower's still kicking my ass as yesterday. Ah. There we go. Once we get our spell weaving stacks going, the damage on this is pretty amusing. We've also got a couple other things at play. We're using an amp weapon. We have an amp shield. I was traded this one, so shout out to the original owner of this. But triple amp shield. We've got an amp melee weapon.
There's a Kevin near you.
So the highest damage value I've seen with this just randomly put together with gear I had in my bank setup. I did see a 500,000 shot, so that was pretty cool. So I figured with that, it's enough to lean into for the build concept. So the good thing about the Catatumbo being shock element is that it gives us consistency in triggering Aw's crit chance. So as long as we're shooting this and hitting occasionally, we're getting it. So we don't even need to be particularly precise, because we get 2 shots per reload, and as long as one of those crits, the enemy is mostly dead. Triple amp, oh no, it's back. No, there's a better ward for this. The Dusa's Visage. I believe it can be enchanted? It's a quest word. I don't remember if it's in the pile of the ones that can be enchanted or the ones that can't. Even if it can't be, it still might be worth giving up one of my enchant slots for, because instead of a 100% amp, like I'm getting from this, it is a 150% amp, and also it's a frost amp, so it does some kind of special thing. Now, whether that's a bonus element or a conversion, I have to test that. But if it's a bonus element, that works out beautifully. If it's a conversion, that's cool. Maybe for a different build, but it's still cool. Look at Quag aiming, proud of you. Listen, sometimes you gotta change it up. Morning, Hazel. OBS Internet's had that double shot at Espresso, came out swinging, heartfelt sympathies. I appreciate it. It's hopefully it settles down. It seems to be slightly smoother than it was. Knock on not wood desk, but you get the idea. So hopefully it behaves itself from now on. On top of that, I'm not having a great health couple days. So really, I'm just going through it right now. I appreciate you guys. The raids actually were a serious pick-me-up. And of course, anyone who chats on the starting soon section of a stream, you are an actual hero. Like, seriously, you guys have no idea how much that means. And because I can't aim at Pigwort very effectively with this, I'm just gonna spam Rain of Arrows, so I don't have to aim at him. That's my Pigwort counter. Yes, I just pull out a Rain of Arrows and pull the trigger until the map's over. Can't think I'm gonna aim too much, chat. It's still me, after all. I was coming to lurk while I get my food or tea. I appreciate you. I think I had mine enchanted during playthrough, not 100% though. Ooh, that's still good info. Thank you, Ashen. Yeah, Rain of Arrows is cracked, by the way. You just need reload speed. Shit's gross. Morning, Urban Mech. Morning, Arrow. Onset of summer brings with it new ordeals to cope with. That is true. Also, old things like to rear their heads when you forget about them. Nah, I just... Sometimes chronic illnesses can go a stretch without being too bad, and you're like, hey, I feel pretty normal lately, this is great. And then it's just like, oh, no, you're still here. That's fun. Let's do Blue Raid boss. Spell shot, Clawbringer? Yes. Once again, I am pipping myself out to be the Awbringer. Awe is just too good of a skill. Consistency of crits in that way is why people liked Megavore for Flak so much in Borderlands 3, and Awe is, like, it's just better Megavore. Because think about it, Megavore was bullets only, and it was capstone. Awe does not require a capped tree, close to it, but doesn't require a cap. And it only takes 2 points for it to beat Megavore. You can also just get it with an armor, as long as you're a Clawbringer at all, if you don't want to spend points for it. Awe is just better Megavore. So Clawbringer is... they distributed character functionalities from Borderlands 3 pretty well. Spore Warden, Stabomancer, and Clawbringer kind of got the most flak bits. But then Berserker kind of got the Flak ideology of, hey, I make everything do damage.
Thanks for the reload, idiot. This world's no place for the weak.
Started Raid and Run, gonna Cheryl's tonight for 2 days, catch you around. Hey, you enjoy your time with Cheryl, Rabbit. Thank you so much for the raid, and yeah, tell Cheryl hi. Cheryl's great. If you guys ever worry about Rabbit, Cheryl takes care of him, so that's good. What does Spore get from Flak? Pet Revive. Feed some unexpired food. Yeah, it's great. We can't trust Rabbit to cook for himself, but that's okay. We don't have to. Loot enemy with this build? Yeah, absolutely not. I have no melee damage. Oh, I got another build idea in my head that I forgot to mention earlier. So, like, Dagger Storms get melee damage. Like, the Dagger Storm Inferior module, yeah, that gets melee damage. It does not count as a melee attack, but it scales up with melee damage bonuses. Now, that makes sense, because, you know, Dagger Storm, but it's also like, wait, why? It makes sense for a second, and then you ask questions. So what that means is that every single Inferior module has, like, a super stacked damage formula, except for Lightning Bolts. Now, I like Lightning Bolts, they're fun. They're probably my favorite aesthetically. But they have the, least formula access. Which is kinda weird. Morning, Jester. Hope you're all well today. Surviving, attempting to say I'm thriving. I hope you're doing great. I don't know how I feel about another gun that's melee. Right, like... Now, it's much less sustainable. Like, you do have to, chuck the gun. And the most powerful of the Dagger Storms, that being the Gluttony, does have that cost of it always puts you to half health when you throw it. But it's still like, you didn't need to do this. I don't know how I feel about that. That was a pretty fast Parasite Kill. Dagger Storm is melee? It is. I saw someone say it, and I was like, there's no way. So I tested it last night. It's melee. That's where my health is going. Thanks, you're very welcome. Had a tumble with ample battery is fun. I need to test the actual damage on full battery, see if it's worth over this. That's a decent chunk of damage. Remember, I'm using a shock weapon on Intense on Bone. Like, not even element matching. This thing kind of shreds. Ouch.
Right in the giblets.
Gonna do me like that, Gloop? That's cool.
Easy mark. These all you want. One
That's fine. Maybe that's not fine. Why does that steal your kill? That's so unfortunate. It an enemy dying to that doesn't second wind you. Furrier scaling's so weird, man. That it is, Noah. They gave Furriers a lot of formula, which, I mean, they didn't really need it. They already do crazy things, but that's okay. Alright, we'll use this, because these guys resist shock, and that's annoying me. Just clean them up with Rain of Arrows.
You won't be needing that.
Whoa. Get over here. Nasty Spill also steals your kills. I did notice that one. Yeah, as you can see, we very much do have the damage. Just the awkwardness of those enemies. I know Lightning Bolt Furrier scale off of gun damage. They are guns. And area damage. The bolt will also be of the element of the gun unless it's non-elemental, in which case it's shock. Hey Homie Data, how you doing? Boss, nobody kills my minions but me. True. True and real. It's Warcaster armor with 6 out of 3 awe. It's not actually, Joe. That would be an upgrade. I'm using just an amalgam that had high thread count and 3 prestidigitation. And you know, good stats. The thing you said with more points in awe would be nice. Or getting one with another point in mage armor would be good here. Now we happen to get more magic bullets from Butt Stallion. LOL. 9 out of 3 magic bullets. Fucking returning more spell damage as gun damage. Like, okay. That's cool, game. That's cool. You want amp stuff with mage armor? Yes. Does a times 13 Torg sticky work as well as have to be times 18? 13 works. Just same effect for less damage, that's all. That's a lot of mag size. But I don't really have a lot of inventory space for weird things like that, so we'll leave it for now. Rolling armor. Want armor for a lot of builds. So, things that would help this build. I suppose, you know, volatile Catatumbo. As unrealistic as that is. I've yet to see one of these adamant plates roll with 4 Dragon Aura. I'd like one with 4 Dragon Aura, 1 Blast Chill, but never lucky. Heard Lightning Bolt. Did the Furrier Lightning Reload damage formula get calculated? My itch to shout out Lightning Spear and a Gwyn build needs scratching. I thought the same thing, Homie Data. It's essentially, as far as I've seen, gun damage, area damage, the element of the gun, unless it's non-elemental, in which case it's shock damage instead. It doesn't seem to be a companion. It does not seem to be a spell. What's Executioner? It's Spell Shot Clawbringer. Go over the build earlier? No, I didn't. I can go over it. Let me just finish rolling these items. No one was hiding. Let's roll pistols, because that's too cluttered over there. Yeah, I'm looking for chaotic and volatile lightning bolt modules, so I should hit that as well. So we're down to 2 points in awe in the Clawbringer tree, with 1 indomitable for comfiness, quality of life, and we are down to 1 slot 1 kill in the spellshot tree. Spellshot, we're mostly just over here for mage armor, which is whenever you gain a stack of spell weaving, you get some ward back. Now this happens on either reloading or casting a spell. We can use that to offset the 20% ward loss from an amp shot, meaning us reloading and then casting a spell puts us back up to full, so we get another amp shot immediately. You can do other stuff with this. Something that Spellweaving says that people overlook that I think has some real potential. Casting a repeating spell has a chance to award additional Spellweaving stacks with each repeating cast. So if you get a repeating spell that you can hold down for a long time, which I've seen a couple that you can, in particular the repeating arc torrents, like the ones that shoot a beam rather than a bolt or calling one down, those you can hold for a while. So if you shoot an automatic gun and you have that repeating spell going, you could potentially continually fill up your amp ward for a fully automatic gun. Another thing you can do with that type of spell is with Ambihextrous, you could equip 2 of them and shoot while casting both spells at the same time. Yes, you can shoot your right hand if you get the timing right with your right hand spell. So that's something I'm kind of thinking about as I do this. But for now, we're using this tech for amp consistency on infrequently fired guns, such as the Rain of Arrows and the Catatumbo. Love how the spell shots become the gun class. It's just got the most gun boosts. Magic Bullets is now the only boost to bullet damage. So before the recent hotfix, there was this divide between gun damage and bullet damage, and it was mostly down the middle, mostly arbitrary, seemingly. Allergies, excuse me. But now this is the only bullet damage boost. Everything else is now gun damage. So Spellshot just gets a separate multiplier that no one else gets. So it's got that going for it, but it's also that in a huge number. And then you've got regular gun damage, the other kind, down here. So Spellshot just gets the best formula for guns in their tree. For guns specifically. Other classes get better formulas for other things. Example, Berserker has the best global formula. Graveborn also has a very good global formula, while still providing the second most for spells. You know, so on and so forth. What's your idea with the setup? We're taking advantage of Awe for crit consistency, and we're taking advantage of a lot of Amp, so that we can get this gun and guns like this gun to do lots of crazy stuff. Big number in Tier 1 of tree? Yeah. Think about finally starting Cyberpunk. Any tips for our head in? Keep an open mind. That's all. Name of the shield is just a Stoking Aegis. Stoking is the enchant prefix, so this is just an Aegis. It's a triple amp Ashen ward. That's all. Why no glass cannon? I'll let you figure that one out, Petronkus. How does the Deuce's Visage compare to your one-shotter shield? I was talking about that earlier, Daniel. I've not tried the Deuce's yet, but it's something on my to-test list. I just need to get a good one. That's all. Wish I could have finished my own setup with the same idea of working too much. Understandable, Joe. Understandable. It's been busy times. Yeah, to answer why no glass cannon, if I don't allow my ward to regen at all, I lose uptime on this 100% gun damage boost. and what I gain is a 30% spell damage boost. In terms of spell damage, I already have, you know, whatever I get from 11 spell weaving stacks, so that's a lot. Not really interested in more of that when I can just get 100 gun damage. It says gun damage is gun damage or amp. Amp is gun damage in this game.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Thank you for the 1 bit. I believe I put a times 25. I made a copy. Put that in here. It's a Spore Fuse one. I'll use that on the other build I was messing around with. I haven't tried a Queen's Cry on this. Those bullets do be getting spell damage. That's for later.
Come on.
So 1 plus 99, it's an amount of bits. Thank you for the 1 bit again. It's possible to get locked into a set of loot. I've had the shotgun loot bunny about 7 times the 90% magical blast guns. Sometimes it does feel that way. It does feel that way. Thank you for the 100 bits, Pester.
You won't be needing that.
I appreciate it.
Frost dagger.
Seeing Executioner's Queens and it's spicy? Yeah, because you'll get the conversion of spell damage into bullet damage from magic bullets, and that'll apply, but then the Queen's Cry itself also scales with your spell damage boosts, so you just get a lot of value on spell shot out of that gun.
This will be over before, forgotten before they hit
Those
the
ricochets
ground.
going in, though. Love to see it. Give me my frames back, OBS. I don't know, I just like sending cheers. Please don't make me turn off my alerts because of that. Thank you. Thank you for the 1 bit. Legendary. A world drop legendary.
Volley stop. Where will fate lead me next?
That's rude.
Gets every time.
What'd you drop? That's just a message blast off. No, thank you.
Spoils of war.
Doesn't feel very special. Which part of the Queen's Cry scales the spell damage? Yes, all of it. All of it. You have a YouTube channel? Yes. I'm not very active on it. I'm more of a live content guy.
I see death.
I do have some plans for YouTube content releases, but the landscape of the game is changing so frequently right now that I'm just like, eh. I don't want to put out info that'll immediately become outdated, so I've been holding off on uploads.
Well, that's settled, isn't it? Idiots.
So, I like doing runs like this with a gun that very obviously is underused, talked about but underutilized. Because there's still a lot of people out there who pretend like the liquid cooling's the only gun in the game. And that's funny, because I remember the first couple days when people were certain that ×4 Dahlia and Hyperius SMGs were the only guns in the game. Yet, public opinion of that changed just by people mentioning the liquid cooling being good and showing it in action. So, I'm gonna try to work in more guns like this. Things you might have heard of, but not seen in action.
I must reload. The cold is great. A healing potion, eh?
Ouch.
Not dead. Just a whole lot angrier.
Get fucked by Rain of Arrows, Big War. He just hangs out in there and continues to die. It's lovely. I like to use other guns, tired of only seeing liquid cooling in other streams. Hey, I'm happy to break the mold for you, friend. Also, lots of quest items are really good. Mistrial of the Gull being one. Yeah, I don't use the Mistrial, because there's some hard-to-avoid bugs associated with it. But it's something I do plan on visiting once that's fixed. If it's fixed, hopefully.
I blame you for trying.
Rain of Arrow is good. If you're still at EchoCast, I don't ask what's causing the lightning bolt. It's quest for shield. No, it's just part of the gun. It's part of the Catatumba. This gun just causes a lightning bolt when you crit. Along with the standard black powder ricochets you'd expect. So it's not only much better single target when you're critting consistently, it's also good mobbing when you're critting.
Hold it. It's off.
You have a Stavos forward and crit build.
There's a chill in the air.
Not precisely, Borshot. How you doing, by the way? The thing about doing a crit build that's interesting is Stabomancer presents itself as the character with, you know, structure around crits, but it's not. It's secretly Clawbringer. Because Stabomancer's from the Shadows action skill gives you that 100%, you know, everything you do crits, right? At the cost of that 25% crit damage penalty, which can be offset with gear pretty easily, so it's a non-issue. But the thing with that is you're using your action skill for that. And unless you are also a Berserker, which locks off both of your classes, you don't have good uptime on that effect. Meanwhile, Clawbringer's Awe skill is post-add crit chance. So I have 2 points in it right now. That is 22% crit chance that is added to the totals that you see here. So I don't have, you know, 40% spell crit chance right now. I have 62% spell crit chance right now. So, like, if I'm going to make a build structured around crits, I'm infinitely more likely to go for Claw than I am for Stabo. Stabo, if I'm doing something with melee or dots, I'll go for Stabo. But around crits, Clawbringer. We can use Pixie Fury as a spell damage, and I'm looking for highest damage or ×2, doesn't matter. Highest base damage, ignoring pellet count. In previous games, Noah, the chuck value for SMGs and pistols just kind of looked at card value. It did not look at pellet count. At least not on the base. If you then had an extra pellet from a bonus projectile effect, it would work out favorably, but otherwise, no. Shotguns, you probably want highest projectile count, because shotgun formula has always been different. But for pistols and SMGs, you just want to get the highest card number you can find. If that happens to be on a ×2 versus whatever else you have, sure, but just go for highest number. The only real requirements for Awe, going back to the Clawbringer tech, is to keep that crit chance consistently, you need to be dealing lightning damage. Direct lightning damage. Now, that doesn't trigger from dots, it doesn't trigger from lightning bonus elements. You need to directly do an instance that the original value is itself a lightning damage source. And what that means is that it's easy to keep up if you have this skill right here, Storm Breath. So going down the tree naturally to Awe, you will get good Awe consistency, because your Wyvern will just do this. And sure, it has a 32-second cooldown, but it ticks for a couple seconds, and Awe lasts itself for 12 seconds. So that's a good chunk of uptime. Also, using a lightning gun, such as the Catatumbo, helps a lot. But you want to make sure you're dealing lightning damage through ideally 2 different sources, so you can balance out Storm Breath cooldown with having something to do while Storm Breath is on cooldown, or while your Wyvern is dead. Meaning, Clawbringer action skill Storm Dragon's Judgment is great for that. Shooting a shock weapon, or lightning weapon, excuse me, is good for that. If you have, I think Rebuke will function, but I don't remember the testing on that. I think it was Asa who was testing that. Harder Awe and Dragonora carrying Clawbringer. Does the rest of the tree offer good stuff? Oath of Fire is really good. For a tier 1 skill, Oath of Fire is one of the better ones, for sure. Oath of Thunder is just kind of the equivalent for melee stuff. I place melee stuff as just like a lower tier than gun stuff, at least direct melee stuff. Remember, that the peak of melee stuff right now is holding a live wire, and the live wire does gun damage. So the live wire gets Oath of Fire. Oath of Fire is just good. The Wyvern itself does good damage, but it's a lot of investment to get it to the point where that does more than other build avenues. Most of your damage on a Clawbringer is coming from a combination of Awe, Dragonora, and Oath of Fire. Had to come vent. Son of Witch needs nerfing. There, I said it. When one skull can nearly kill you, got frustrated. Try Sigil, Wolf Booty. Try using a Sigil spell. It blocks most of his attacks. Like, physically stops them from getting to you. It's great. Any ideas to help fine-tune my spell Grave? I'm trying to do a spell damage, MP Hex builds, working alright. Any suggestions, things to look for, trying to avoid the typical companion build, etc.? Yeah, Lorob, you want to get as much into Blast Gasp as you can. The Graveborn skill, ability damage explosion, chance for 1 when you hit with a spell. You want to get a lot of points in that, and at that point, then hitting a lot with your spells will give you more chances at Blast Gasp. Blast Gasp is going to be your big damage numbers. That's what the companion builds do for damage, is they also do that. It's just they kind of take the shotgun approach of, hey, everything here is triggering it, so consistency. Whereas with the spell approach, the spells have much higher base damage, so they can hit for much higher Blast Gasp values, just less consistently. Oops. Fire bad.
No one gets rid of me that easy. Falling fresh.
Sigil should include the Frostbird? Yes, any Sigil will do it. Any Sigil has the projectile blocking barrier. Any Sigil. Now, a Fortifying Sigil will also give you damage and heal you. Notably, Buffmeister is the one that doesn't have that barrier. Rare Buffmeister L. Ooh. Spell crit chance, companion damage, gun damage, all damage, ability crit chance. Not as good as the ones I have, but that's good enough to pick up. Best 2 classes for melee and Berserker right now. There's a bunch of approaches you can take to that end street fit. I like Berserker Stapo, because those are the classes with swing speed and direct melee bonuses in the tree. So you get more attacks out of those than you get with others. How you doing today, Control? Nasty spill, give me my frames back.
I've got vengeance on my mind.
There we go. Quick question, are the inventory ammo upgrades account-wide? You have to buy them for each character individually. So, Lost Loot, Bank Space, those are account-wide. But inventory, so like backpack and ammo types, that's character-specific. So that does give you a long-term money grind. Not a bad run. Catatumbo and Rain of Arrows only, so that's good. We'll do the yellow raid boss on the next one, because this is actually a really good matchup against the yellow raid boss. I was surprised. What do I roll here? Armors? I want spells. I want different spells to mess around with. The spell bunny is the one that I don't mind not getting legendaries, like, because there's so many combinations of spells that I can usually find something useful. I don't like these eruptions, but they're trying. Wouldn't mind taking that amalgam off your hands. This is not good enough for you. Hey, Crappy Wizard, how you doing? Yeah, cat, you are a cat. Good enchant. Not a good delivery method. I don't like the simple cast Arc Torrents. Like, at that point, you just use a Reviver. It's the same thing, but for more damage. 2 cooldown parts on a Twister. That's certainly trying. 13-second cooldown on Twister might be worth picking up. We'll do that. The Reviver. It's a simple cast Arc Torrent. Way more damage than that one. How valuable is Feral Surge at cast when you're not seeing anyone use it at endgame? It's one of those things that's very awkward to get the damage into. Feral Surge scales off of ability damage. So this is an extra projectile Arc Torrent that's not the call down from the Sky one. I like this for flavor, but status chance parts don't do it any favors, so that almost rhymed. It did rhyme. So Feral Surge scales off ability damage, and it's got a long cooldown. If you can get the cooldown resets, it's very nice, and in fights where the adds are weak enough that you can just continually spam it at one target and kill adds every time, the damage stacks up very favorably. But ultimately, it's far weaker than Dreadwind for damage dealing. For utility, it's fantastic. It's traversal. It's really good area traversal. But in terms of damage, it's far worse than Dreadwind, and you can have an entire second class of action skill options as well, and it's probably worse than those two. I would say, like, if you were to rank things, which I don't like doing, but if you were to rank action skills, Feral Surge goes towards the bottom. Maybe not absolute last. Because Dire Sacrifice, as much as I love it, does fall off hard, Chaos 20, compared to other choices. Feral Surge is for mobbing? Yeah, in a game where everything is for mobbing. You can mob effectively with a lot of different things. Hey newbie, how you doing? Did you beat the Maker for the first time? Yo, congrats!
Now that's the good stuff.
Feral Dire and Ghostblade are probably the bottom. You can get Ghostblade to do some stuff. Ghostblade at least has some utility interactions, and you can build it for damage. It just takes a little more effort. But out of those 3, Ghostblades, yeah, you know, higher up. There's action skills that are unquestionably great, like Storm Dragon's Judgment's fantastic, contrasted with Cleansing Flames. Cleansing Flames is definitely down there towards the bottom. Both of Spell Shots are great. Reaper of Bones on the Graveborn is fantastic. Barrage on Spore Warden is fantastic. But most of these classes I've noticed have one that's just kind of like, what are you for? I do have a Blizzard setup I'm working on for my Spore Warden. That a couple more runs on Spell Shot and we'll
Think
switch
you can
over.
make it?
Cast Chamber is the only way to farm an endgame? No, you can just go to that boss that has whatever drop you want and farm that boss. That's still a feature that's in the game.
You won't be needing that. Are you stupid enough to mess with me? Cool your head. You were short work.
Ah, these enemies are aggressive.
Made of meaner stuff than that.
There we go.
I'll give
I'd like to see them add a cool enchant for Feral Surge. Maybe leave a damage area on the ground or something. Yeah, that'd be really neat. I would like that. Extra projectile Frozen Orb. That sounds funny. Peg Leg would be good here. It's an Ant Peg Leg. Because that reload speed. I'll take it. Hey, CZ, how you doing? Blizzard has no chance, so sad. It has two, actually. Cub. It's got one for bonus frost damage while it's active. Now, I don't know why that one is Blizzard specific and weaker than the general one everyone can use. Kind of a weird choice. And the other one is companion crit chance and damage while Blizzard's active, I believe. So they might have intended it to be like a companion buff action skill, but like, why?
How's that for an active reload? No.
Yeah, English, thank you for converting from a Prime to a Tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope your day's going well. It's always good to see you. And I appreciate the generosity as always. If I wanted to squeeze as much damage out of Feral Surge, who would you recommend as multi-class? Multi-class for Feral Surge damage. You got a couple options there. You could do Spell Shot, and that, provided you have a Warped Paradigm that'll convert spell damage to ability damage, that'll give you a large just value in that stat. You could do a Spore Warden, just straight up grab ability damage in the skill tree. Plus Wrath of Nature for a big debuff when dealing ability damage. Clawbringer or Stabbomancer would increase your consistency of critting. But, yeah, they're slim pickings there. What exactly does Make Encounter Elite do? Is it worth doing? Notice you seem to keep them all normal. Elite encounters have tougher enemies, but enemies will drop more crystals on death. For the sake of speed and just getting in a larger quantity of runs, I tend not to elite rooms. That's the reason.
Piercing cold.
It's usually healthy to elite obelisk rooms. Now, if you know you're getting Pigwort, maybe don't do that. Because elite Pigwort with Healing Vengeance is a raid boss. But otherwise, yeah, it's good to elite these rooms. Hey, Praxis, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad for fueling, all the good stuff. Thank you. See the Scarlet Rune things, not the boss ones? What, the hidden symbols? The Dragon Lord ones? Yeah.
The cold of the grave.
Fuck you, Pigwort. I don't even know where you are. Yeah, we Rain of Arrows, Pigwort. We don't play that shit.
Healing potion, eh?
How do you know beforehand the Obelisk group is coming up? Every third room might be on the fourth one. But so your starting room, your next room, and then the next one is Obelisk.
I'll take that.
Plus 2 to awe, let's go. Exempt. Kind of wish Pharaoh Surge had debuff for increased melee damage against targets after being hit by it. That does seem like a thing that should have been part of it, yeah. You could kind of homebrew that by going Spore Warden, and Pharaoh Surge will apply Wrath of Nature.
Another notch and not a coin to show for it. Have fun, Buzzballs.
Everyone uses Tornado Belt, love Barrage, the tornadoes are cool. They are. I've got a setup I started putting together for it, but currently it's still in the, hey, it's just a gun build with liquid cooling, with Blizzard just kind of there. And, I don't know, I want to get some Blizzard-specific enchants, so I can be like, hey, that's why this is here, rather than currently where it's just like, no reason not to use Barrage. You like this weapon? I do. It's very satisfying. Hitting crits, it gives it a lot of value. And it reloads often and quickly, which is good for spell shot stuff, because reloading gives us a spell weaving stack, and every time we get a spell weaving stack with the mage armor skill, we get back 10% of our ward. We're using an amp ward, we lose 20% every time we shoot it, if it's full. So this means 2 reloads, or 1 spell in 1 reload, or 2 spells, gets us back the entire lost portion. Now, if I was to switch to an armor piece that gave me another point in mage armor, I'd be getting 20% back every time I get a spell weaving stack, which means every reload or every spell would give me back my amp. And that sounds spicy.
I fight.
This also has the usual black powder ricochets on crit. Makes it pretty good for mobbing. Hey Betty the Goat, how you doing? You get Clobber or lightning bonuses from lightning damage and chance bonus elements? No. You do not trigger awe from bonus elements. It has to be a damage source that itself is lightning damage. So Catatumbo is triggering that for me. My Wyvern's Storm Breath attack on a long cooldown is triggering that for me. But bonus elements would not do it. You can trigger it with a lightning spell. Luckily, Cloudburst Arc Torrents are extremely popular, good at distributing damage over an area, and are lightning, so that's an option. Did amazing in this game? I agree. I have too much playtime in this game already, but we're not stopping. We're not slowing down. This game is my life. Chaos Chamber is my mailing address. Hey, thank you for the 200 bits, Benny. I appreciate it. Here we go. Cloudburst Arc Torrent even rolled an extra charge. Now this is simple cast. You want channel if you're going for damage from this, or repeating if you're going for maximum spell weaving. But there you go. That's something you can use to get a lot of spell weaving and trigger awe a bunch. +1 to high thread count. Thank you, Butt Stallion. You know if the meteor from the Queen's Pistol can proc Blast Gasp? It cannot. It cannot. It is still gun damage as a damage source, Wuoshi, but it scales up with your spell bonuses as well. There's a few things that work like this. Like, for example, Spellblade. It's still melee damage, so it triggers Blast Chill, but it does not trigger Blast Gasp, despite its scaling with your spell damage. So that's because the original damage source is still one thing. It only counts as one thing. How are you dealing with the melee-only mimics? You can polymorph enemies to remove their immunities. So you can polymorph a loot enemy and just kind of do the thing. So Hydra spell gain damage from spell damage or companion damage? Both. Are spell damage and companion damage additive to each other for Hydras? No, they multiply each other. They're different damage categories. Paradigm Spell Shot Spore Warden would be best way to maximize gun damage and ability damage? Depends. Depends, Aaron. Because that is just a small slice of formula. Sure, that's 2 stats, but that doesn't include global bonuses, doesn't include things that factor into anything you have double dips. Doesn't include the value of bonus elements. Doesn't account for survivability, of which Spell Shot Spore Warden has none. Heard about the Buffmeister spell bug? Yes, and I think that it is one of the many reasons the Buffmeister should be absolutely gutted. I don't mean a light nerf, I don't mean a rework, I mean the Buffmeister is a blight on this game, and is absolutely stupid and should never have been released in its current state. Alien ability increased by spell damage. Spell shot power. Bad passes, though. More spells. Don't understand a lot of things. I'm glad. Speaking of Paradigm, might as well dump all the crystals first. Nizuko carries my whole build, so I hope not. Well, if it carries your build, then you didn't make a build. You just have a Buffmeister and a random assortment of other items. If your build is dependent on the Buffmeister, that is indicative of the problem of the Buffmeister. If you can't function without it, it should have never been there. Even Buffmeister without the bug, even without the bug, Twisted Lotus. So, this is a write-up made by CZ47 that shows everything the Buffmeister does, exact values at level 40, and you can see that it does way more than anything else in that slot, for no cost. It's just crazy for no reason. Like, I can fight Chaos 20 enemies after just beating the story, so yes, it's bad. Right, like, the entire idea behind making you earn your Chaos levels is that you progress, and you eventually hit a point where, hang on, my build doesn't cut it. I need to learn how to build to overcome this hurdle. Buffmeister just is a shortcut people take there, that when they don't use the Buffmeister, they're no longer prepared there, and what that leads to is people saying, hey, buff all these other things that don't need buffing, they just didn't learn how to make a build yet, because Buffmeister is training wheels that are welded to their sides. Hey, Extra, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Goes a long way. A lot of people on the platform, you chose me. It means a lot. Thank you. What'd you do to tune it down? Severely gut all of the values of the words that roll there, because it does not need to give you 60% movement speed plus 80% bonuses to basically every other stat, depending on what words you roll at the bottom. Those should at most be like 10%, considering Fortifying Sigils, their entire purpose being a 20% global damage buff and a 8% per second heal. Those have less uptime, longer cooldowns, don't increase your damage by any more than just, you know, the 20%. That's 20%. Now, if Buffmeister is going to give you more specialized boosts in a wider variety of areas, that value should be less than the dedicated, you know, do more damage sigil, because it's more specialized. So it shouldn't be, you know, 80% values at level 40, it should be 10. Also, the bonus element on Buffmeister, that can just go completely. Keep the movement speed. Yeah, the movement speed is fine. I like that it gives movement speed. That's unique. There's no other spell that buffs your movement speed. And that inherently is not problematic. It's the rest of it. It's a problem. And this is a really bad pull. I keep looking at these items like wanting it to change. They're not changing, chap. That was just a bad pull. But fortifying sigils are great, Pico. Any particular reason you went with Skeep over Hex? Enchantments. I can roll action skill actives with Skeep. I can't with Ambi. Removing the bonus element might prevent the bug as well. See, there you go. Because the bug is simply the bonus element looking at the wrong spell slot. So if there's no bonus element to check the other spell slot, then like, it's fine. It's still the biggest damage multiplying spell in the game without the bonus element. You got the values down to 10% for each of the things it buffs. It's still a better buff spell than the Fortifying Sigil that gives move speed, which is something none of the other sigils do. Like, literally reduce the Buffmeister's power by a magnitude of 10, and it's still the best buff in the game. That's how crazy that is. Oh, my bank's full again. Lovely. Let's do one more run.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you
Got a saucepan melee. We have a frying pan already. Do you want the whole kitchen? Trying to get around to making other builds in Wonderlands. Got a resource for any builds you made yet? No, I do not. It's still way too early. The landscape of the game is still changing very often. Hell, we saw the Ice Spike hotfix that went out was reversed like 2 days later. 1 day, 2 days. And that's just a very specific attempt at a bug fix. There's other outstanding balancing things, and it's too early. Remember week 2 of Borderlands 3, where people were absolutely positive, like, would stake their life on it, that stacking health with a Bloodletter, stacking shield values with a Bloodletter was like peak damage in the game. It's like, no, it never, ever, ever was. But that's what happens when you create content without regard for longevity in the builds department. Give us a calamity spell and rains down a kitchen sink. Hey, Loki Legend. Yeah. Everything but the kitchen sink, as they say. Or is it plus the kitchen sink? I never remember. Sayings are weird. I'll hunt for an imminent calamity. Imminent. That's the faster falling one, right? I haven't liked the damage delivery of those, personally. I like Extinction because it lingers for a while. Blazing covers a very wide area for a while after the impact. I haven't loved Imminent, but maybe I just haven't found a good one. Spell that sends down Gordon Ramsay's. I'd be down. Steel chair melee weapon. By God, it's the Fate Maker with a steel chair. Aiming Rain of Arrows for anything other than barrel stuffing is super weird. Oh, fun thing you can do with it as well. This serves no real purpose, but you can slide into your own rain of arrow shots, and it's a very consistent self-down. Now, if you're doing, like, Cursed Wit, I suppose that has a lot of value. You can just, like, Cursed Wit into the enemy like that, and it's fun and silly. You could probably also run a Blaze of Glory. Give it the fire bonus element. What's it making your shots amp? That'd be my amp ward. This. Also, I'm using an amp melee weapon. But as long as my ward's full when I shoot, it drains 20, and I get 100% more gun damage with the 3 amp parts here. And you'll notice in the spell shot tree, Mage Armor gives me back 10% whenever I get a stack of spell weaving. Now, I get a stack of spell weaving from either casting or reloading. So it only takes 2 stacks to regen my ward completely. Shotgun version of the sawmill, that'd be neat. That'd be real neat. Command stands in water while dealing with elemental damage to balls. I'm just built different, CZ. I can't be contained. Rain of Arrows memes on these obelisks, it's hilarious. This is more damage than the Cursed Wood effect. Not really. So Cursed Wood is its own multiplier, right? It's just 100%, as long as you're close. Cursed Wit is gonna be more potential damage than what I'm doing. But the thing about Cursed Wit is it's fucking boring. Everyone's like, hey, let me put Cursed Wit on this build. Like, yeah, we get Cursed Wit can do it. You see the same couple things. You see Cursed Wit, you see Body Rune. I'm a big fan of the Body Rune. I use it in a lot of my builds, but sometimes I do want to do something different, and this is a different avenue. Sometimes it's something different for the sake of something different. Now, I could just take this Rain of Arrows, put on a Cursed Wit, and then just, trade with every enemy. But, meh. They overbuff Rain of Arrows. They overbuffed Black Powder Shotguns as a whole. They didn't need that level of attention. The magic barrels were kind of a situation unto themselves. Those could have gotten a tuning on their own. But the non-magic ones literally did not need a tuning at all. Yet they got a huge buff. I've been pushing back very firmly against people asking for buffs for things, because what happened when Borderlands 3 got into the rhythm of solving every problem with a buff is that 2.5 years of that sapped all challenge and difficulty from the game. I don't want that to happen here. And there's a lot of cases of people being like, hey, buff this thing that's already good. Like, I've seen people asking for buffs to, for example, Graveborn's Reaper of Bones action skill, which, that's questionable, because that action skill is amazing. So, resist buffs, promote experimentation. I would say that we can, as a community, have a better idea of what might or might not need buffing. Maybe after a patch or two, because we've not even gotten a patch yet. We are just outside of 2 weeks from release. We've got no patches. We've gotten only 2 balancing hotfixes. So I think it's way too early to say buff, 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 buff. Train got delayed? Oh, I'm sorry, Rabbit. Polymorph wins again.
This world.
Reaper Bones Bloodbag is basically a boss one-shotter. Reaper Bones just, it's insanely good damage and survivability and damage distribution. Like, Reaper Bones is really good. And it's got a powerful identity to it. Like, very flavorful, you know? I just love that one. You should have waited longer for a balance pass. I think so too, Pico. I think buffing things like that was kind of, too fast. You test if that amp hilt mod also restores ammo. Monka? So, you mean like, Universal Soldier? Is the amp hilt mod the same attribute as Universal Soldier, CZ? Which spell's he using? An Impaling Ice Spike, Mentalist. It's just kind of there at the moment.
Not so tough now, are ya? Fallen fresh.
Did someone say rain? Dev description says you get ammo amp on that whole mod, but I don't know if it's implemented. I've never seen ammo happening, but I'll keep an eye out, I guess. Buff snipers make them golly, you just have to suffer to use them. Snipers are already good though, that's the thing. Rarest triple amp? Rare. No, but seriously, the amount of extra health Bloodbag can give you is not so. Pair that with Greyborn exclusive 50/50 enchant, your max health Reaper just keeps snowballing. Yeah, it's very powerful. Oh, my loot just went through the floor. Okay, I guess I can't use crystals on this run. Well, that's annoying. If the loot goes through the floor from your chest, then don't use the crystals, because those will go through the floor too. Pain. Okay, yeah, so I'm keeping an eye out for an armor that has an extra point in mage armor. Which combo is that? Let me look. Let me check the spreadsheet. If you guys would like to check along with me, exclamation point armor. Mage armor is Clawbringer primary, Spellshot secondary. That's perfect. That's perfect. The other skills it rolls, Radiance and Dedication. Which ones even are those? Oh, it's these. I mean, I guess I would not want Radiance then. I'd want Dedication. 1 Mage Armor, 4 Dedication. That would be the goal. Any other combo that rolls Mage Armor? No, looks like that's just the one. Well, at least that way we still get Spellshot power, we still get Clawbringer power. That's okay. It's the shield armor, yeah. Okay, this is what I'm working on with the Blizzard setup. I think I was briefly doing barrage stuff just to prove to myself that what I was doing had a purpose, and it did not really go well.
Charged.
Yeah, this build's still in the early, uses a liquid cooling stage. I know. Pain, suffering, tragedy. But we'll get more weapons to use. Use a live wire. Got a sawmill as well. with a lot of fire rate and reload speed, so almost could be good. Use this encapsulator for some bossing. Grab those. Alright, let's jump into a run.
Think you can make it?
Hey, Angelic Cupcakes, how you doing? Welcome in. Go over the items you use real quick. On this build, yeah, this is just like not even a build yet. It's just a concept I've been testing. Oh, inventory icons. You just left. Okay. I've got a Twin Soul with Archmage and Ancient. This is just for this enchant at the moment. I'm using it Elder Wyvern's Ring because I wanted to test out the fire damage. I have a Championship Ring with gun damage ability crit chance. Body Rune because it's always good. I have a Turquoise Claw. It rolled 2 into Wrath of Nature. Converts all my companion damage to frost damage, but more importantly, enemies damaged by companions take 20% increased frost damage for 6 seconds. It means if my mushroom goes and smacks something, I get more damage for a while. But more importantly, this rolled good passives and good skills. Universal Soldier for gun damage, and Glacial Cascade that happened to roll 2 charges, so I can spam it for any spell enchants I should happen to use. And it's got a good enchant. Very basic gear for this. Just gun go burr. I'm using Berserker Capstone to sustain Blizzard for longer, but like, seriously, Blizzard doesn't do shit for damage yet. I want to make it work. I'm determined. But currently, Blizzard, it spends a lot of time not hitting enemies, and then when it does hit them, it kind of doesn't do much. Like, that's what it's doing. It leaves a dot that ticks for 12 damage. Kind of, dismal. So, I'm hoping that the value for Blizzard is going to be the enchants, once we get some of those. The Spore Warden specific enchants are kind of all over the map. The Barrage ones are really good, and the Blizzard ones are harder to figure out. I think the Blizzard Frost one can roll on melee weapons, so we would get that there instead of the fire damage. So I think I'm going to prioritize picking up good melee weapons here. It's 12 more than nothing. Made intense difficulty BL2. Game definitely need more enemy damage reduction. Hey Asa, how you doing? That loot from Loot Bunnies show up in Lost Loot? Yeah, but there's so much of my Lost Loot that I don't bother. I wish Lost Loot had been like a menu. Maybe in the next game. Hey Viper. Yeah, thank you Kyler for calling that command. I might play more of that setup today. It's been a while since I've played it. I think we update it. Enchant wise, I could stand to change a lot there, especially with the bullet damage change. I should probably update the enchants on that setup. Blizzard actually killed an enemy. I think it's because all 3 of them got stuck on one target. It's the only reason it killed anything. It's like, maybe this for bossing is okay. Maybe. Hey Snowspawn, how you doing? I have no ammo. It's problematic. What weapons did I pick up for this? Got that encapsulator. Didn't I grab a live wire? I did.
Need more magic. I'm all magic up. Grab a sword, foot. There. Never mind.
Like, the damage is sad. Blizzard needs some help. Most action skills leave a lot to be desired for me. I wouldn't say most, Jiffy Nano. There's like a lot of really, really impactful ones. Storm Dragon's Judgment is extremely good for both damage and access to enchants. Barrage, same story. Reaper of Bones, fantastic. Dreadwind has some very high potential. From the Shadows is good. Ghostblade can be made to be good. I'd say there's fewer stinkers than there are gems. Like, Cleansing Flames, not good. Blizzard, not good. Dire Sacrifice is edging towards not good. Because, like, it's good in mobbing, but what isn't good in mobbing? You know, Blizzard would be an answer. Oh, the Healing Soul hit Pigwort. That's worst case scenario. Alright, I'm taking that damage reduction because Pigwort the Invincible.
My soul must rest before casting again.
Like, with all three of these on Pigwort, the HP's not even moving.
Not all.
It's just awkward. Leave the words nausea. Oof. Oh, about my character fashion? Fuck you. Blizzard just has to blow harder? That would work. Honestly. If they made Blizzard move faster and, like, maybe not even make it tick harder, make it tick faster? That could be good. Like I said a few minutes ago, I'm hesitant to call for buffs for anything. What does Cleansing Flame need? Better hitbox. Better hitbox. The core damage from Cleansing Flame comes from the melee portion, and that has the hitbox of, like, a toenail.
These hands are ready for blood. So touchy, and yet not weird.
Yeah, like, I'm locked out of using Spore Fuse enchant here to use Blizzard. And that's just to feel bad. Should we do blue? Will I have ammo for blue? I probably won't have ammo. I don't have SCs. Try to do a barrage build with the enchant every time I reload, get it back, just trying to find an ability damage chest piece. Remember, you can use gun damage to boost your barrage. Gun damage bonuses also apply to it, so you don't need to stress too much about ability damage. Spore Warden does get some naturally in Tree. So I think you'll be okay.
Descend into darkness.
Morning, Ember. Don't know why Twitch never said you went live. Huh, that's weird. I've started and stopped stream like 4 or 5 times. But yeah, Twitch notifications for going live are often very, very fucky. That's why I do go live tweets, Discord announcements. A little more reliable. But yeah, good to see you, Ember. Were you there for the Watch Dist hit that crazy Elden Ring run. The Elden Ring speedrun is now less than 9 minutes, by the way, chat. Crazy. Craziness. There's a great many particle effect. Hey, Quartz, how you doing? Ow. Man, that mimic really, really gave it to me.
Magic up.
The run is 136 now? Yeah. That game... That game's fun to watch runs of. At least we got good RNG on which types of mimics we got here. Didn't get any of the immune ones. Excuse me, fucking what, 9 minutes, 16 long, that finish fucking around with character sliders? Yep. Elden Ring speedrun is, at least in any percent unrestricted, it's less than 9 minutes. Now, with a theoretical time, like, with known strats and stuff, perfect execution would get you less than 7 minutes. There's not even any fighting. You just... It's a pacifist run, too. It's crazy. I love watching speedrunning content on Twitch, especially from certain people.
No more spells.
Like, this isn't Blizzard really helping me here. Like, you see, that's the amount of my damage Blizzard's responsible for. Not really very good. Kind of liquid cooling going burr. So, Blizzard's something I'm trying to figure out. I figured I'd just show you guys that despite something performing like that, I still don't think right away that it should be buffed. I think that we can still try to maximize it. Speedrunners are a different breed, true. True. Takes a special kind of person to do that to a game. And I love to see it, genuinely. Remember, I'm so excited to get sub 18 like a week and a half ago. Yeah, games don't normally get optimized that quickly, but a lot of talented runners working on the game. A lot of driven people. You love to see it. After Feral Surge ends, increase melee damage by 30, fire rate by 20. Like, that's interesting. If I was gonna do Feral Surge, I'd definitely use that. Fire rate is a nice bonus to have. Hey, Akumas, how you doing? No fighting, how do you get around the script fights near the end? So, you use a zip. Basically, there's a frame-perfect trick with input buffering and blocking and stepping forward, where you can kind of teleport yourself in certain directions. Based on your positioning. Basically, you do that from the tutorial to go to the Belfries, and then you go from the Belfries to Farum Azula, and then you go from Farum Azula, you teleport yourself to Malekith, and then you kill Malekith's phases by deloading the floor so he falls to his death and dies like a second before you would. Yes, you kill the boss by teleporting so far away that the arena despawns, but he doesn't. And then from there, you teleport yourself into the Godfrey arena, at which point that loads Elden Beast in, and then you kill Elden Beast the same way you kill Malekith, by deloading the floor so it falls and dies. It's crazy. What build is this? This is just a Blizzard concept I'm messing around with Zazzle. It's not really a finished build yet. I'm just testing some things, or more accurately, I was just showcasing some things for chat. Kind of prove the point that not everything should be buffed. Sometimes things should be theory crafted before people decide they need to be buffed. And Blizzard is like straight up bad, but I still think it has potential. Reminds me of the Ocarina runs where they move some plants and teleport to the credits. Yeah, it's a lot like that, Chippy. It's a lot like that. And the funniest thing is the run, basically, the run is just a series of teleports with bosses just looking generally confused, and then the way you kill the final boss is by two bosses before that in the mandatory order. You just teleport into his arena and you let him fucking pile drive you into the ground and it kills you, so that you died, but then over that you get God slain because the final boss dies at the same time. It's fucking wild. And the amount of skill that goes into the runners doing that speedrun is crazy. It's like several frame perfect tricks. And just, the speedrunners are talented. Anyway, let's do some Clawbringer stuff. What's current setup like? I might have some ideas. Generic gun build. In terms of formula for Blizzard, it's ability damage, it's frost. I've not tested if it gets area damage, but even if it does, like, I have pretty much all I can expect. I was spec'd into area damage from Berserker Tree. Just doesn't have a high base. I was giving it bonus elements with Body Rune. It's kind of sad. Chicken strip for lunch? Let's go. Blizzard does not get area damage. Thank you, Asa. So, yeah, sad. Blizzard enchants in the melee section. Maybe you can do something with Blast Chill. I mean, your melee weapon enchants are active whether or not you are using the melee weapon. So the Blizzard Frost enchant would just be, hey, have this. And that would boost Blizzard and Frost weapons, but funny enough, that just pushes you back towards liquid cooling, and bleh. Drill Sniper, really fucking good for areas like this where you're kind of waiting for enemies to come to you. Because it goes through walls and it kind of tells you if enemies are nearby in a way. Hey Luke, how you doing? Just failed the green rune puzzle for the first time. Should accuracy on guns find as a problem? Yeah. Sometimes I have anarchy going into that and it's like, oh, you want me to do what? Pretty good, thanks. How are you? I'm doing okay. Annoying tech issues today, but Wonderlands is the cure for all salt. By making salt come out of other places, I suppose. I don't know. Ooh, good echo on Pigwort. That was best case. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Luke. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
A kill guide with a little help from my friend. Ready to cast. Hope you carry a coin. Help kill. Call to the grave.
I think that's solid 250 mark. You're a legend, Mr. Adblock. Thank you.
I could get used to this.
Celebrating 250 more.
Cool your head. Can't run from the storm.
That's so unfortunate. Actual same frame. Ugh, love the snap spell, so satisfying. True. Chat, random question. How does one catch and then kill a loot goblin? All I can do is inconvenience it, and then... Yeah, so melee damage. You gotta do melee damage, Hazel. Notably, it does not necessarily need to be a melee attack, it can just be melee damage. And there's lots of things that scale with melee damage. Hey Gwen, how you doing? Just got the perfect Ludite blood bag, frost damage, burr power, 40% mag size, let's go. That's an accomplishment, very nice, congrats.
Ooh, I never get tired of that.
I just felt like seeing how the Livewire did here, and I regret my decision immediately.
I'll give you a good
hell is that? It's a fish. Fish. Fire guns, what are good contenders? Rogue Imp, Red Hellion. You've got Drills as well. Drills Fury. You can get a Sawmill in fire. Torg Stickies, of course. I don't know if you answer for Spore Fuse Enchant, Zerker would be best in slot. Hard to determine. Zerker has a really good damage formula though. You get area damage and tree on Zerker, which feeds into Spore Fuse. You get global damage bonuses. Zerker's just got good formula for lots of things in general. I hesitate to call anything best in slot. I do it occasionally with, like, Skeep, for example. Skeep is too strong not to call that, but Zerker would be a good bet. Blazing Volley isn't bad. It's not good either. Like, I wouldn't use a Blazing Volley. Drill's actually a good sniper. You really just do it for the shot gimmick. I used it for directly sniping several times in this run. Or, you know, directly shooting. It's not precisely sniping, but over 1k base damage as a volatile with a 4 fire rate is definitely not bad. Meh. Really like my Dark Magic Hyperion shotgun. I think it's called the Gyre, and it's like times 12. Yeah, Circuitous Gyre. That one, I need to get a good one. I want to get one that doesn't consume 2 ammo per shot, if I can. That seems kind of high too. What's the dot on it? 500? Meh. I mean, it's better than Livewire, but Livewire's got really low base damage. Like, compared to this, doesn't look that favorable. Selective Amnesia, area damage. Honestly, good skills. It's got the Spore Warden movement speed kill skill. Like, that's trying. Bad passives. It's doing fire shots to your shock ball proc awe. Thanks for testing. Claw Zerker. Is that Oath of Thunder? Yeah, it's Oath of Thunder. No, thank you. Good stats on that, I'll take that. Can Last Right's not gonna enchant? Sadly, it cannot. I'm very sad about it, Gwyn. Very sad. So this is the one that has a chance to give ammo back, right? Well, it's a chaotic one, so I'll take it. This Luddite is trying, but not very hard. This Luddite is trying, but not very hard. Really bothers me that the magical blast shotguns, any kind, don't have scale with spell damage. I don't think we need that many things that scale with spell damage in the gun department, homie data, though. I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's already a lot there that does. You got the various Furior things that do in the companion department. You've got Queen's Cry, scales with spell damage. Cat Moon Orbs. I should reroll something. What was I gonna reroll? Oh, I think I grabbed a, where is it? I got a couple Fragment Rains. I don't know what the difference between these is. One has an accuracy part over the other, I guess. This one has more fire rate, less accuracy. take this one. I want to have a relevant enchant on this. Yes, good enough. Hey Nesquik, how you doing? I think that's a Dahlia with Sideways Sight. Which one? Fragment Rain? Sideways Sight? Or something else? Oh no, no, Dahlia with Sideways Sight. What am I talking about? What am I on? Imagine you could quintuple roll past in the amalgam. Yeah, no thank you. I'd rather not imagine that, personally. I'm okay with not doing that. Hey Moo Girl, how are you?
Enter if you dare.
Let's try a speedrun this one.
But seriously, you should dare. This world's no place.
Wait for spawns anyway, so I can pick that up. Wish I could ram my Fate Breaker sword down the Amulet Bunny's throat for being an RG nightmare. Relatable.
If I'm here,
Out of range.
I'd run if I were you. Witch's blade.
There we go. Don't know what that was. I think it was a gelatinous cube. Waiting for paydays so I get the new Lego game. Nice. Can't get over how well Will Arnett did on his VO. Yeah, fantastic job. He's always good though. Smash room. That's a question I was curious about for this game. What does the power stat mean? So each class gets a different benefit from their class power. For example, for Clawbringer, it's making my Wyvern stronger. It's making my Clawbringer specific action skills stronger. It's making my Clawbringer capstone hit harder. But for, say, Stabbomancer, it makes Ghostblade do more damage. It makes From the Shadows last longer. It makes the class feat of the increased crit chance get stronger. It does a little something different for each class. And the sources you get, the sources you get class power from are armors and amulets. Now you can get 2 different ones on your armor. That's somewhere recovered. You get 2 different ones on your armor. The primary one will be stronger than the secondary one. And remember, the order of classes you roll on your armor determines the skills you can get. And you can also get class power on your amulet.
Credit to the breed.
Let's start spawning over here, please.
Ooh, I never get tired of that.
Oh, it's a slow room. Slow. Question, there's a finite amount of maps, correct? And if so, does the bonus crystal skulls have preset spawn points? Yes. Yes, McGee. To both of those. I want to say each map has 3 different skull spawns.
Out of spell slots. Cold of the grave.
If only we get good Sonic games for 20 years. Sonic is cursed.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
That was a slow run, but it's all taken. Got a purple spell? Yeah, loading. It is a purple spell. Still need to see the second movie. I still haven't seen the first one. It was this cube I picked up. Don't need that. Spell charge on a glacial cascade. You'll love to see that. I've been getting a few of those lately. I don't need that. That was the other one. This was the one I picked up during the run. Okay, well, thank you. Cool. Build doc created for Tinas yet? Not yet. Not yet, Nesquik. The landscape of things is changing too frequently still. I'm advocating patience. Crit damage, crit chance, glacial cascade. Yeah, sure. Catatumbo with 21 crit. Sure, yeah. I'll take those. I'm advocating for patience because balance, bug fixes, etc. And it's still very early. Remember, it took 2 years for us to figure out what some launch items from BO3 really did. And we're just over 2 weeks in. So, I want things like community build document to, or, you know, in whatever form we do it in this game. I want it to have longevity the same way the last time did, so. Patience to gamers? Yeah. I see your point. This amalgam is like, what is it trying to be? I guess that's all companion damage stuff up top and companion damage stuff somewhat on the bottom, but like, eh. No thanks. Corrupted plate mail's fun, but I've yet to find any other than the one I'm wearing with good passives. Build doc by next week's what I hear. Yeah, get the speedrun sub 1 hour loading, and then I'll release build doc that day. I should not have said that. Someone's gonna clip that. I should not have opened my mouth. Put a pin in the Blizzard build? Yeah, Pico. It's something I'm gonna be working on over time before I write it off as a lost cause. Blizzard's gonna require some advanced theory crafting, but remember, that is what we said about Clawbringer, and people are very aware of how good Clawbringer can be now.
Good stuff.
Triple crit damage. I find that roll a lot. It's plus 100% spell crit damage, but the base damage on this is low.
Meet again. Can't wait to barbecue some
Hey Don, how are you? That's a nice emote.
It's dangerous out there. Cover yourself in metal.
Pandemisium, Slam and Salmon, Poison, Explosion build. You go for Spore Stabo or Stabo Burr or Stabo Claw. I'd probably go Stabo Claw. Stabo Claw. Double gun handling? Yeah, I don't want that. Guess I got my hammer throw armor. Ooh, what'd you get, Asa? Oh no, there's the clip. Plus 4 Oath of Thunder, Claw Zerker armor with area damage, all damage. Oath of Thunder is like good, but in terms of this area of the tree, so like it's better than these 3 skills. It's better than Radiance, Dedication, Blasphemous Favor. It's definitely better than those. But it's not better than Oath of Fire, it's not better than Dragon Aura, and whether it's better than Rebuke or not is debatable. So, like, by the time you get down to here, these two are sharing points, and then you get to this tier, and it's like, okay, Firebolt, the 8% gun damage just feels bad, but you take it. Storm Breath is really good, you just take it. And then Friend to Flame is good. So, like, it's fighting for points, and then... So it's fighting these 4 points here, basically. Oath of Thunder is. And then you get to here, where it's on Indomitable. So then you only have 1 more point, which it's still fighting Friend to Flame. Like, Getting Oath of Thunder points is awkward. Now, if you get it on your armor like that, sure, it's cool, and you could just yank the points out and put them over in Rebuke. Does Rebuke trigger the Spore Warden debuff? It does, but something to keep in mind with that class combination is you have no healing. You have no sustain outside of, you know, Body Rune and a Fortifying Sigil.
Now the fun.
When you use target dummies and Bright Hoof, I can't get on action skill start, gun damage, proc. I don't have a problem with spellcast gun damage. I don't think I've tested that one there. I'll make a note of that, Kurt. Other than that, I hope you're well.
There's a chin in the air.
Also got that double cooldown Lightning Clawbringer Amulet. Cooldown on Clawbringer is like, if you're using Storm Dragon's Judgment, like, okay. You just don't need cooldown. As long as you recall the hammer. It's a 7-second cooldown with no investment into cooldown at all. If you're using other action skills, sure. But then there's always, like, depending on your other class, there's the option of, could I just use Berserker Capstone? The answer is usually yes. Answer is usually yes. If you can't, then are you willing to give up your amulet slot for a Thurge? Because you could do that instead. Just cooldown as a stat rolled on items, I just find lower value in this game compared to BL3. where it was very valuable for a couple classes and completely worthless to others. But Stallion blessing me with 8 out of 3 Wrath of Nature like that. I've had 16 out of 5 Rebuke once. And then that was crazy. Sorry, I've had to take care of some stuff, finish that weekend, been on-off stream. Nothing to apologize for, bro. I hope it works out in your favor, whatever's going on. I'm sorry to hear things have been difficult. I can definitely relate. But I hope things work out for you. Catatumbo is such a cool fucking gun. It really is. We'll probably go back to using that on the next run. My spell shot build's using that, and it's very entertaining. You have Dragon Aura because it looks cool. The rest you can take it or leave it. Dragon Aura is really good. That's why I have Dragon Aura. I wish more skills did have, like, visual indications of the radius like that. Like, if Cursed Wit had a visual for the range, I think it'd be nice quality of life. Now, I think Cursed Wit is more than powerful enough, and if anything should be toned down. But it'd also be nice to know exactly what your range is. Oh, that was a troll. Healing Vengeance be silly sometimes.
Let's get casting and blasting. Gonna need more magic. Cool your head.
Anything special about the lightning? Which lightning? The spaghetti. Lightning on the Catatumbo?
Here comes the thunder.
Or lightning in the setup I'm using right now?
Never a moment.
Catatumbo? It's a new instance of damage, so it could potentially have a different formula than the bullet itself. I've not scienced it too much, but the lightning bolt hits very hard. The condition for triggering the lightning bolt is the same as triggering the ricochets. So, Catatumbo gets not only the standard black powder, ricochet at a nearby target, fuck up their day. You also get the single target boost unique to that gun. So it's just a gun that has very high incentive for critting. It's funny how the Frost Twister still calls it cryo damage. There's a couple places where the game calls Frost cryo. It's interesting. Like, what I meant about it's possible the lightning bolt has a different formula is, take the head cannon, for example, the Torg unique, has an explosion, when you hit a crit. Well, that explosion, gets area damage, whereas the base shot does not. Could be something similar with that. I've just not tested the Catatumbo in depth beyond shoot it and is good gun. Just as an aside, black powder shotguns were doing this before their massive buff.
I'll give you another one.
So like, this is why maybe we don't ask for buffs. Any possibility of it being spell damage? Certainly possible. I've not looked into it. But considering there's other guns that kind of do that sort of thing, it's definitely possible.
You shall have extra peanut butter this night. Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
Do this arcane bolt roll.
Ice bite.
Go. Would have been cool with Claw Graveborn. So something scaling with spell damage does not inherently mean that it triggers blast gas or things like that, because you can make something scale with one damage source while it still counts as another. Example, a barrage scales with gun damage, but it does not trigger gun, at least most, hey, use gun things, because it is still ability damage. It simply also scales with gun damage. Something to keep an eye out for in interactions in this game. Wow, Parasite can get launched like that? That's toxic.
Spell slots are ready.
Here they learned from the 7th Sense problem in BO3 everything should have been enchantable and anointable. I don't know what their creative vision with that is. Armor. Deathless with Lord of Edges. That's... I shouldn't pass that up. I don't want to do that setup, but like, that's too good to not pick up. Blast Shield's a weird one then. Blast Shield triggers off things that have the damage source set as melee. Same thing, same logic applies to Blast Chill and Blast Gasp. They just trigger off different things. Turquoise Claw. Ability area melee. That's good. Armor you're hunting. Armors that roll with Wrath of Nature or Awe in general, really. Preferably an Awe Corrupted Plate Mail for this build. He said pass gas. He didn't, but that is funny. Farts are indeed funny. Welcome in, Divine Pun. Okay, let's play Spell Shot again. Let's go back to that. 2013 times 2 Skulldugger launcher and 2 ammo per shot, another possible good launcher. Times 2, 2 ammo per shot. It's potential. What's the projectile behavior on that one? Does it like have an arc? Is it a long range one, a short range one? Fart. Hey Thumb. How are you today?
Ready to incinerate some bad guys, are ya?
Triple Ice Spike or Impaling Ice Spike? I'd say Impaling, Emo. Impaling just delivers the damage faster. And I like that. Pardon the stomach growling. Very heavy, very heavy arc like a mortar.
Let's get casting and blasting.
That's awkward. Because at that point, for that purpose, I'd just use, like, one of the legendaries. I like literal mortar, like what Stoker has. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Anything adventurous I could do with my spell slot here? Extra projectile frozen orb could be funny. Thinking.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Where's that Arc Torrent? Did I put that in here? Or did that go to a mule?
Unleashed.
Not quite the one I was looking for. There's a certain Arc Torrent I got that I wanted to put on this setup. Hey LGD, how you doing? Notice there's some puzzles in the Chaos Chamber. What do you get for doing them? It opens up bosses. So there's a yellow, a green, and a blue, and each of those is associated with a raid boss. And the puzzle you do to get in is indicative of the mechanics of that raid boss. So it gives you a nice little tutorial for the boss before you fight it. This one? I think it was this one. No, it wasn't that one either. There was a certain kind of Arc Torrent that was doing a thing that I was like, huh, I've never seen an Arc Torrent do this. And my bank is so not organized that I'm having trouble finding it. Might have left it on another character. I think I left it on another character.
Cartography.
It's like a sustained beam rather than a bolt or a bolt from the sky. Search function in the bank when, right? It'd be so nice. Or just icons working would help too. That would be of great assistance. Let me just make sure it's not in my inventory because it very well might be. It's not. Okay, it's on one of my characters. I don't remember which one. We'll circle back around to that. In the meantime, back to this.
Think you can make it?
Suppose I should use a fire spell, honestly. For keeping Oz crit damage up.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Quite for raid boss. Hey, some old guy. How you doing today? So glad I switched to PC for Wonderlands. Mules are so convenient. Yeah.
Well, that's settled, isn't it? All in fresh. Gets me every time. Alrighty.
Wouldn't mind having 2 banks, 1 dedicated character and 1 shared. As long as the character one wouldn't, you know, take away from the shared one. Yeah, I'm in support of that. They did give us more backpack space in this game, which I am grateful for. It's just, well, I already ran out.
Oi! Thanks for that! No magic left!
Pretty clean. Yeah, so this is a setup we're taking advantage of Spellshot's propensity for guns and reloading, and we're using Clawbringer's Awe skill to make this this Catatumbo crit with a high degree of consistency.
I can get used to this.
And Spellshot can also restore our ward by either casting a spell or reloading. So we get good consistency on the amp shot.
I'll take that!
Doing loot luck on all your characters? No. I don't even know how much this one has. How much loot luck do I have? Yeah, I have 7,000 right now. Now, this is with the bug where my shrines and stuff aren't applying right now, but I didn't even care enough to save quit that. In terms of how many dice I have on this character, yeah, I don't have, like, any of the challenge buffs here, except for the gold shrine. And I only have 157 dice on this character. It's not something you need to care about if you don't want to. Tried Masterwork on this build? Yeah, it works out. Catatumbo is more consistent. Faster projectiles help a lot. And also, I need a way to trigger Awe. And this being lightning damage allows Awe to trigger with a high degree of frequency.
Not so tough now, are ya? Spells are up!
And if I want a non-LE gun that I can spam reload like that, Rain of Arrows is better. Handbow's good, though. Any sources of percent extra lightning damage in the game? Yeah. You mean increases to your existing? Yeah, you can get that on Amulet, you can get that on, enchantments. One of the runes does that. I believe the Spirit rune does that while you're standing still.
Got no juice! I'm getting the hang of this killing business. You won't be needing that.
You can get Ancient Deity in any elements. That'll increase. Oh, you mean as a bonus element. As a bonus element. I can't think of any. Top of my head. Let's do blue. Saw a player with a weapon that shoots a lot of skulls. It says, yeah, when they explode, what weapon's that? I don't know. I don't know. Nothing I've used. How can we have mules if we can't dupe characters even on PC? And we have to complete a lot of story to get access to the bank with a new character.
How shall I become dead
I just
next?
borrow other people's saves. If someone releases like a build with a save, I just strip off everything and then use it as a bank. That's why I have so many weirdly named characters in my list right now. They're all just mules. I already have like 9, 10 mules.
Idiot.
Alright, I do that, yeah. Use a lightning spell to proc awe? Yeah, you can. And Cloudburst Arc Torrents. Hit a lot of targets and deliver that damage very quickly. So you could just vibe with an Arc Torrent and use whatever gun. Maybe they'll add a skip. That would be nice. A skip to Brighthoof.
I would run if I were you. Instant counter!
Quag aim.
You were short work.
Get him, Wyvern.
Quite the collection. Helpful! Gonna need more magic. Ready to bring the arcane pain?
If you're on console, you just split screen mule. That approach still works? Good to know. I like to at least be able to rename my character, even if duping it remains impossible. Yeah, not being able to rename characters is annoying. I don't know what technical reasons are behind that. I don't know if it was due to limitations or a conscious decision, but it was a bit weird.
At least you're some use. Mind the gap!
You were not who I was aiming for with that polymorph.
Didn't beg. Got that going for you. Can't wait to throw some spells.
You know how Black Powders and Play the Angles interact in terms of multiple ricochets in which take priority to they stack, etc.? So the way Amars and Discriminate worked in Borderlands 3 is they were just kind of independent of each other, but I don't know. It'll require more direct testing. I don't want to give an incorrect statement on that one. So I have an idea of how I think it's functioning, but wait for more scientific testing on that. Someone like CZ or Stone Spawn would have more info on that. They've tested that.
Lance tapped out. As it was foretold. Out.
Ow. multiple valid guesses, right. These games are... There's some consistency in some areas, but sometimes they do throw you a curveball. It's always better to say, hey, I don't know, rather than, you know, fumble. Also gear dependent? Yeah. Yeah, more so than, say, spell shot.
Have fun, Fuzzball. Landbreaker. You won't be needing that.
Can I sit on this one long enough? No. No, it doesn't last long enough. Awkward.
This is not Andy. Spell the spank.
Oh, that works. I should have switched to a frost spell, so, what is it? Imbued Weapon is giving me a frost bonus element, but that's fine. Just face tank at best strategy. It does work.
Hope you're carrying coin. I don't steal for free.
Tastes like green butt light.
I don't know why the way Tina says wobble wobble there is just amusing to me. It is. I like it. The Maker dialogue's cool. Take my crystals, please and thank you. I've seen a lot of people who don't like that the Maker just usually gives you a big pile of crystals rather than an item, but here's the thing. You could use the big pile of crystals to get an item. So, like, you get more this way. Double cooldown Glacial Cascade. Gets down to 8.7. Nice. At a loss would I roll? I guess we do armor. Do you choose what kind of items? Yeah. More player control. It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. That is an armor with 3 points in awe? That's a Deathless with 3 points in awe. Now this is a really good amalgam. But this has 3 points in awe. We do Deathless memes now? Is that our life?
You won't be needing that.
I should use a Harbinger with this, shouldn't I? Instead of a Thurge. We'll see what Harbingers I have in my bag. Or my bank. That's awesome. Stop. Yeah, I was hoping for not a Deathless with that, but oh well. Figure it out, chat. You know who else should figure it out? Quags ISP. So that'll be a lot more crit consistency for us, like to the point where if we wanted to now, we could stop going that far down Claw Tree. Like, skip Friend to Flame, skip Indomitable, and maybe skip some Awe investment. That would let us get Double Knot, War Imbued Weapon. But, like, I don't think that's worthwhile, because for the choice of spells we're using, Sever the Thread's not a huge deal. How bad is the purple death juice? If you touch it with a Deathless on, it kills you. Immediately. Immediately. I like all 160 pixels of this game. Yeah, unfortunately, Era, I don't find that funny today, so maybe don't. There was something I was gonna get from this. What's the value of my current Catatumbo? 1506. Okay, well that's equal. Get a different enchant on it. Are there other enchants on weapon that I would want for this setup? I'm trying to think. I can't think of any. On one of my mules I have a Deuces. I could try that. Oh, a Harbinger. That's what I was gonna go for. Harbinger. Hey, Killy. How you doing? Call slag jizz. Why? Why? Blastgas work on all spells. Everyone that I've used so far. I've yet to find an exception, personally. Pretty sure I've been moving my Harbingers to mules because I didn't have a use for them. And now I'm like, oh, I would like a Harbinger, please. There's Lightning Claw. I think I want Lightning Spell Shot. I think I want Lightning Spell Shot.
Then a left? No. No, right. Yeah, that should do.
How does Bloodbag interact with Deathless? I guess you can never get the effect because your health is never full. That would make sense. Okay. Doing great, man. Flying Alice 24 hours. Ooh, congrats. That's awesome.
With the most dread.
Are you prepared?
Yeah, which spell you having trouble with, Rohith?
Not so tough now, are ya? How's that for an active reload? Landbreaker! Now that's a bloody fight!
Jacketed Ice Spike and Arc Torrent, channeled ones. I don't know of any of those not triggering Blast Gasp, in my own experience. It is still chance-based, so it's entirely possible it could just be a stretch of bad luck, but, I'll have to do some Blast Gasp testing. That was a fast room clear. Still contemplating a not so cursed Twitter post. Let me know. This is feeling really consistent suddenly. Like, we did not get consistency this good earlier. Hey, Granakma, how you doing? I guess those extra awe points really make the Catatumbo crits really consistent. 5 out of 3 awe chat. It's just like, hey, yeah, everything's a crit, deal with it. Oh. So the Ragnarok stickies get any interesting interactions damage mods? Presumably they get area damage on the explosion, which could lead to some interesting stuff. This is really nice clear. That a Catatumbo? Yes, Dominic, yes it is. Says exceptional. Why are you guys like this? Why do you function the way that you do? This build looks fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's just kind of a concept I was putting together last night, and we got a cool gear piece for it today. And it's feeling very, very entertaining. It's kind of taken Awe from Clawbringer and just slapping it on a spell shot gun build and playing it like a spell shot gun build, and it plays very smoothly. Kind of ended up being a Deathless setup by accident, but no, I'm not mad about it. Try this again, Bark. I hate myself that much? I sure do. I sure do. I'm not that confident in my aim. Hang on. Hang on. Where auto gun? Hey, try time. How you doing? Using a full battery? I am not. I'm using a triple amp ward instead. I could try full battery though. I think I have one in my bank. Or we could just hit the ward bunny on this run, because I do want to test out full battery. Maybe other amp wards. Morning, King. How you doing? Getting bored of Buffmeister gun build? Yep, Buffmeister is the fastest way to get bored with the game as a player or as a community. It's problematic. I don't like that the Buffmeister is being allowed to do what it's doing. Because all it's gonna do is cause people to make the same flawed argument that they made about BL3, where it's like, every build looks the same. Like, no, a large, very vocal section of the player base that never decided to experiment with things decided to use the same 3 things all the time, and you looked at only those players and decided it was representative of the game. No. I don't want that to happen again. And Buffmeister's kinda causing that. Celissa, one of the top 3 worst bosses, would you say so too? I don't really mind Celissa. She doesn't have a lot of health. And the attacks are pretty predictable. Plenty of ads to second wind off of. Maybe a little visually polluting, but I don't mind Celissa. Nice. Been avoided on your advice. Yeah, it's just one of those things. You're gonna get very bored very quickly using Buffmeister. Seen a lot of cool builds I'd love to try out. For some reason, I don't take save files from others and the whole loot luck not carrying over. I understand a desire to use it, to make things on your own, like, terms. I do get that. Swing the Nightmare fight? Sure. We can go do Nightmare. At some point. Oh, that one's junk.
Right, you need ammunition, don't you?
Nope, didn't dodge that well. I've not taken this setup to this fight at all, so I'm genuinely surprised it took that long for Bart to kill me. Now we're gonna have to wait out that next attack. Ugh. Setting points into crit chance good with awe, or does it provide diminishing returns? So, diminishing returns are not a thing you get with crit in this game. The closest you get is like diminishing value, which is a different thing. But basically, the way you think of awe is, so because I currently have, thanks to Buttstown, I have 7 out of 3 awe. That is a 77% crit chance when this is active that just gets slapped on. So if any of my crit chances here exceed a point where I would be, you know, over 100%, then that's wasted value. So for example, I have a little too much melee crit chance right now. With awe active, I have auto crit melees with my current gear. Everything else is in a decent spot because that just puts me in the 80% for crit chance. So I suppose I would try to avoid getting your crit values past the point where awe gives you more than you need. No, that was a duck, not a jump.
All the magic I need. Mind the gap.
Oh, I didn't even see the indicator that time. That was a rude bark. Okay, yeah, I need to wait for the arena to clear on this one. Using this gun against Barkenstein is like pain. Currently trying to do featured Chaos Room, and every time I shoot any of the mimics, it's a bit of RNG there, Gat's Purple Smack. It's a bit of RNG, because sometimes you'll get the mimics that can be damaged normally, or sometimes you get the ones that you have to melee. Oh, fuck you too, Bark. That's cool.
At least you're some use.
That's cool.
I can get used to this. Gonna need more magic. I wanna see people explode.
Oh, I was not paying attention.
Earthquake. Louder! Die more! Can't wait to throw some spells!
There we go. What do you think of Hexecutioner builds thus far, especially skill point allocation? Currently, I'm really liking going down to Awe to improve consistency on crit effects. So currently we're using the Catatumbo pistol, which does a bunch of ricochets and a big lightning bolt when you crit. It's also lightning damage, which gives you consistency in triggering Awe. So I like Deep Clawbringer here. There's not much reason to go Storm Smite. We don't activate our action skill that frequently. It's also not going to be a huge part of our damage. Now, if you were using like a Warped Paradigm to convert ability into spell, or a spell into ability damage rather, then yeah, maybe you get a little more value out of Storm Smite. But ultimately, I prefer getting one slot, one kill, and Awe, and Indomitable for comfiness. Currently, we're leaning into Awe for crit stuff. So any sort of black powder weapons that have a ricochet you like, good on this build. Liquid cooling, of course, the on crit effect. You know, think crit effects. That's what this build's about. It's all additive or multiplicative. Well, one. Boosts are never able to be quantified in that sort of term, because everything is additive or multiplicative with something. You need to be more specific in that case. Now, in terms of if you're asking what sort of crit boost Awe is, the crit damage here is additive with the crit damage from strength, so normal. But the crit chance here is post-add crit chance, meaning this 77% currently from 7 out of 3 points gets added on after this calculation, or rather separate to this calculation. The order does not matter, it's just, you know, post-add is post-addition after the calculation, just how we say it. So basically, I get that 77% on top of these values, so pretty good. What are some of your favorite class mods? Been tinkering with Established Spell Shot, not wanting to go Buffmeister route. I like Amalgams for extra stats. My Clawbringer Graveborn uses a Corrupted Plate Mail to convert some damage to Dark Magic, and then boosts the Dark Magic through Graveborn skills. It gives a little bit of passive healing, an extra status effect I can apply, a little less vulnerability to elemental resistances. It's nice. Smart Armor can be good as long as you are either using From the Shadows or have very easily damage sources that easily access crit spots. Selective Amnesia is really fun. My Berserker Graveborn build, or rather my Berserker, my Graveborn Stabomancer, I got there eventually build, uses Selective Amnesia. Because Reaper of Bones will constantly trigger it. Now, I could do that on my Berserker as well. I just haven't put one over there, I don't think. All crit chance provide a plus 77% crit chance or 1.77 multiplier. I don't know, normal. It's a 77 added on aside from the calculations, as I explained, Dominic. It's a post-add bonus. Meaning, unlike it being a 1.77 mults, it is a 77% chance added to your final crit values from the other calcs. So it is very, very good. Ooh, Corrupted Plate Mail. It's trying. That Corrupted Plate Mail wants to be used, but it's not trying hard enough. It's hella OP. I don't think it's OP because think about the placement of Awe in this skill tree. 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 points before you can start putting points into Awe. So, for max benefit from skill tree of Awe, you're looking at 23 points just to, like, spec into it fully. That leaves you unable to cap your other tree. So there is a trade-off involved. Now, you can grab Awe from Armor, which I do have an Armor with 3 points. But that does lock you into certain class choices. I think the only combos that roll Awe are Spellshot Clawbringer and Stabomancer Clawbringer. So either you invest 23 skill points, or 22 or 21, or you give up your armor slot. So I think it's fair. I don't think it's overtuned at all. I don't think it's problematic. I think it's something that's very rewarding when you build around it. For some of these maps were easier to see when looking at items builds. Yeah, it seemed on the surface that this game is a little more straightforward in terms of formula stuff. And it initially is, but then you just get into the deep stuff and it gets weird. You know, if Executioner's Blade procs Echo, it's just the damage number of your melee weapon. It's just the damage number of your melee weapon as the base, and then it gets formula. Hilt modifiers do not trigger on anything except for melee swings. So you will not get Echo from Executioner's Blade, or, you know, Ghost Blade, any of that stuff. You need to actually physically bonk an enemy to get Echo. What do you think between Stabo versus Spellshot for claw pairing? I think Stabo is a lot less powerful than it's hyped to be. Of course, there's powerful interactions provided by Stabomancer, and there's some playstyles that I think lend themselves very well to Stabo. But I think as a whole, and this is something I don't like to do, but if you have to quantify classes in a ranking system based on what is currently known about how they function, I think that by a wide margin, Stabomancer is the weakest. Yes, weaker than Clawbringer, because we figured out how, like, where Clawbringer's damage comes from and where its access comes from. I would say Stabomancer provides the least to other multi-class combinations. Now, that is not necessarily true for if you're using something else to make a Stabomancer interaction stronger, because then that changes things, but in terms of making another class more powerful, Stabomancer provides the least. It's got the least impactful class feat. The action skills are niche. And in terms of stuff in skill tree, it's got very little that you can't get somewhere else. Example, Swift Death, sure, that's global damage, but Berserker has global damage, Graveborn has global damage. Spell Shot with the right gear can convert spell damage to whichever kind you need. Stabomancer provides the most to melee setups. It's got melee damage and a bunch of melee mechanics. That's cool. It gives you move speed, but then again, so do Berserker and Spore Warden. It gives you fire rate, but then again, so do Berserker and Spore Warden and Spell Shot. Just, Stabomancer's got the least unique things going for it. That does not mean it's bad. It just means that it would be low on the list of things I would pick unless I was trying to build around a Stabomancer thing specifically, rather than using Stabo to enhance something else. Can the Catatumbo's effect be crit swapped? You'd probably need a lot of swap speed, and why would you do it? Is awe additive? It's a little more complicated than that, but you can interpret it that way if you so choose. It is a post-add crit chance boost. So, see, it's not included in this calc. I currently have 5 out of 3 points in awe. That's 55% crit chance. When awe is active, these do not go up in the menu to have that extra 55%, nor does it go on the base and then receive the multipliers and stuff. It's just your final values here, mentally add awe to them. So instead of 36.1% melee attack crit chance, with awe active, I have 91.1%.
Quite the collection. So much to conquer.
Let's look at wards. Looking at things that I happen to roll amp on. I know Afterburner can get amp. Something I want to try is, so you remember that, Rain of Arrows meme I was doing where you could slide into your own shots? I kind of want to try that to break my own Afterburner. And see if that can kill things. It sounds fun. Ultimately, probably not worth any time, but it sounds fun. Thinking about how to make Claw work, and I think it would Spell Shot maybe the wave. Yeah, I've been using Claw with a bunch of other setups. Full Claw with Graveborn secondary has been good for my gun setups. I'm using this Catatumbo setup, which is mostly Claw and partial Spell Shot. No Capstone setup, by the way. Claw provides a lot to other classes, because Dragon Aura, Oath of Fire, and Awe are really, really good damage skills. Really, really good. Bad Egg is good for melee stuff. What did I pick up? I picked up a full battery, right? Yeah, I have a full battery here. Drains 25%. That's going to be an extra reload. So that's 5% more drain for 60% less amp bonus. And it's got a longer recharge delay. It really depends on how much damage that lightning bolt does. I'm not optimistic, though. Yeah, that's probably not going to be the play. There's an amp Afterburner. Yeah, see, that one's also only a 20% drain. Hey, Nola, how you doing? Still on the hunt for a Spellclaw Paradigm with Awe. I got this today, a Deathless with 3 Awe. Decent stats. What's a better fit? Stab Claw or Zerker Claw? Either work well, Street Fit. I know Lazy and Vander both really like Zerker Claw. It's a good setup. Zerker just kind of makes any other class better. I'd say Zerker is better at doing that inherently than Stabbo is, but there's things that each one provides. I don't know why I'm taking damage for no reason, just standing in a vending machine and hear Horn. You have a Bradluck equipped, Dan. You have a Bradluck. That's what that is. Tried out any melee setups with 2 Shark Lesson Rings. I've not used double Shark Lesson Ring, though. I've used 1 Shark Lesson Ring on a melee setup. Thinking about a shoddy build with recent buffs and kind of toss up between Spore, Claw, Spell as a combo. Claw Spell seems like the play there, Failson, because Claw has crit chance consistency, which means you could do black powder shotguns and ricochet stuff. Additionally, Spell Shot has a lot of gun damage, some bonus elements, and reload speed. Reload speed is really big for shotguns. So I think Spell Claw for shotguns. Doing kind of the thing I'm doing right now. It's instead of a Catatumbo, you just put like a black powder shoddy. Patiently waiting for the awe buff. See, this is why people asking for buffs. I'd maybe pump the brakes a little bit. There's a lot of stuff that people just haven't been messing with. Last Heart should be able to show up in vendors. It does, Mustard. It does. For dots, for dot builds, then yeah, I'd say Stabo's gonna provide you more, depending on which tree you're taking more of. If you're taking more of the Stabo tree, then yeah, it's gonna do more. But it depends on how deep you're going to Claw. Afternoon, how's the loot's been? Loot's been good, Owl. We got this drop, which has been feeling pretty good.
Decisions.
Let's do one more featured run, then we'll go back to doing Ascendants. I just like the structure of this featured. What does all look like so I know what to hunt for? It's this one. It's the dude with the dragon wings behind him. 3-pointer. Oh yeah, where'd that thing fly to? It's up there. Out of range. Polymorph is great for knocking out elemental resistances and immunities like that. Like those pucks are fire immune, which means they don't get my Oath of Fire bonus element. But I can just polymorph and not worry about it. Is there a launcher worth looking out for? You want to look for well-rolled Torgue sticky launchers. Blue Cake has high damage, it's just awkward in the delivery, but gun status effect builds were a thing in Borderlands 3, and I expect them to be a thing this time around. Even though we have a little bit more difficulty accessing the damage there, I still expect it to become a thing. Cannonballer has very high card damage, like very high. But I'd say the standout would be the Torgues. Stickies. Which can roll up to ×4 with a 75% sticky mult. The yellow. Is Calamity worth using? Found one with nice passes, maybe with Body Root? Yeah, Calamity's good. Calamity's good. That's a lot of extra fire damage. Now, it's a mobbing only thing, and the thing with this game is, mobbing is already fast with a lot of setups, so it can be difficult to get value out of that in bossing, but there's some boss fights where you still do get the value. Like the Drill usually has ads around, Nightmare you can force some ads. Banshee, there's always at least a couple. You just won't get much value out of it on, like, certain Dragon Lord bases, I suppose. that one almost got Pigwort. Ah, I would have cried.
Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you. Worms won't go. Breaking ground!
Second Spore do the Ricochet too. The thing with that Failson is, if you're using weapons that are already inherently Ricochet, then you don't really need the Spore Ricochet. And Spore Ricochet is a huge point investment. Spore Warden Tree around the middle, kinda dog water.
At least you're
Okay up top, really good at the bottom, dog water around the middle. So it's a lot of point investment. Similar problem with Claw, actually. Claw's got really good stuff at the very start and the end. And then in the middle you're like, but what do I do here? Unique enemy condition works properly. You can see it unintentionally stacking on a single enemy. That needs to be tested. It's funny because the exploit their weaknesses that says unique status effects, yeah, that doesn't actually require unique. It's like you can stack the same element a bunch of times. So that should probably be tested, Nola. But yeah, either eventuality of it working would make it good. No. There we go. Outside of Harvest being bugged and the Invisible Mushroom clones, are there other substantial companion-related issues torn around the Harvestless Companion, Pixie's Build, Spellcheck, Graveborn? I mean, the thing with Furior companions is, personally, I would not get too attached to them. Just like with Torg Stickies, I think it's unlikely that they will go without being toned down. But that's just a guess. But other than that, I can't think of any bugs or anything, though.
bleed all you want. It won't save you.
Does Warcaster proc on reload things? No.
Gonna need
It is not a
more
reload,
magic.
it is an ammo fill.
Oi! Thanks for that. Form a line.
Thanks, yeah, having some trouble with making a companion build. I feel I don't play it in an unattended way. Yeah, you're avoiding Harvest. And conscious of the Mushroom Heaven thing, you're doing the best you can. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Mr. Meepo. I think you're doing everything you can to avoid the bugs and stuff. So, yeah, you enjoy.
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
Do I do a Maker run? No, let's not do that. Let's just not do that on this run. Fought Maker for the first time, now officially done all the endgame content. It was a really cool fight. Hey, I'm glad you like it, Asa.
All dead. Let's off.
That was rude. Let's go do this. You're gonna be that way, I'll be this way. Pixies are bugged to be capped at 3 swans, they should fix that. How about no? How about no?
That's for making me look. Ready for charge.
Ads? I'll check.
Let's see. Gunsling spells no more. Solid stop.
Yeah, I think with this Deathless setup, I want a little more damage reduction from Rebuke. I think I dropped some Oath of Thunder, grab some more Rebuke, maybe drop some Friend of Flame. I like it though. Feels good. How does Polymorph interact with bosses? So it'll just do this listed damage number here, 1,979 as ability damage, and you get a free spell and a stack of spell weaving, and then it goes on cooldown. Any target that cannot be polymorphed, you get that instead of the Skeep effect. How secret bosses work, got all 4 yesterday, didn't do all the puzzles in the rooms. So each puzzle you do will open up the associated boss. Now after you complete the run, you'll have a red portal in addition to the yellow one, and you go through here, and from this room you'll get sent to any of the bosses you've done. Now if you've selected more than one, you'll have to do them back to back. So this is the blue and yellow run, so I do yellow and then blue.
You know what they say, here is the little death.
Oh, my game's stuttering so hard right now, but we'll take it.
How's that for an active reload? Smart puppet. Smart. Bet you wish you turned away. See that? Easy mark. Looks like that. Mark for death. Instant chasm.
Oh, that was toxic.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad.
Are there even any ads? Okay, there were ads somewhere.
Energy's empty. Run it through.
Maker's randomly added if you get all 3? No, no, you have to do all 3 and complete all 3 boss fights, and then you get the Maker. Ah, yes, the build. Should change spells here. Switch to that. I didn't have my my action skill enchants up. Oops.
Idiot.
Ow. Wait, you can attack her in this phase, Bloop? I literally did not know. I did not know there's an attack there. That is news to me. Good for you. Let me go back to my Sunder. I thought the bonus element here would do more. It's doing less. I forgot I changed armors. Go with that one. Oh, ouchies. Can you properly track me, Glue? Can you do it? You can, I'm proud of you. Found a Malone gun in Wonderlands, a Stoker AR called Malefactor. Nice. Hey Silo, how you doing? I was gonna give you a death save, but hitting Bark Spores is not. A little inconsistent, isn't it, Rohith? Times 2 liquid cooling that dropped already with spellcast, 30% frost damage. Ooh. Jake, why are you... Okay, my cat's being weird. Body rune with health roll. I'll take it. Joke here is that Malwan's name is Bunker's badass to Malefactor. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, we gotta roll amulets on this one, because I want that Harbinger. Why do I get so many volatile elemental blasts? Like, I want volatile of other spells, but they're just that one. I mean, that's the kind that spawns a Hydra, that's cool, but like, the parts are still bad. Meh. Okay, I still want that joint training for my other claw setup, but I would like a Harbinger for this one. Well, if that's a Harbinger, I would like, you know, lightning damage spell shot, if you can manage that game. What's current build? We're messing around with using Clawbringer's Awe skill with a spell shot gun build so that we can do lots of gun stuff with amp and on-crit effects, and it's a lot of fun. I can show the skill tree and stuff in a moment. Did my first Gloop yesterday, actually, with Nullify and Nasty Spell. Thought it was fun. Yeah, Gloop is great. It's just a great intro to raid bossing. So hunting for your joint training while looking for some stuff from my spore. I appreciate you, Mr. Adblock. But hunt for you, too. I'll get a good joint training eventually. Especially if I keep doing this. What do we got? We got a green. Let's look at the green first. It's a chaotic. Alright, Bradlock. Frost damage, Spore Warden, Harbinger. Dark Magic Graveborn, Harbinger, Blaze of Glory. Gun damage. Or no, it's the Universal Soldier, that's why that's gun damage. I only pick up body runes at this point for more things to reroll. The third kind of sucks. I can get rid of that. Okay. Would this all build work with the Spore Warden as well? Yeah, you just replace the spell shot stuff with Spore Warden stuff down to that point. Notably, that would let you get some points into Wrath of Nature. Now, you'd have to choose between Awe points and Wrath of Nature, but you could either do a mix of each, or you could take one and get the other from your armor. But yeah, getting Wrath of Nature and Awe together on a build is pretty cool. That's something you could do. But yeah, skill tree wise on here, I go Spell Shot down to 1 slot, 1 kill. I go down to 2 points in Awe in Spore Warden tree. Or not Spore Warden, Clawbringer. I take 2 points Awe, 1 point Indomitable. Now you could choose to take 3 Awe, no Indomitable. Or you could choose to give up 1 slot, 1 kill, but remember that this gun damage, 4% per stack, is 8 stacks with high thread count. So that's a lot of gun damage for 1 skill point, especially in this game. And if you happen to have an armor or, you know, Butt Stallion blesses you with more points than high thread count, that scales up even further. And through every vendor on the map, no last rights. Yeah, it's gotta save quit farm that. It's pain. My first Spore Fuse enchanted item when I go to reroll some items, get the Reload Barrage Charge enchantment. Think the game's starting to tell me something? Do it. Do it. I look at it like, we get it for you, you can give build to other people. True. Been trying new builds and I love AoE clear. This build excels at everything I like. I'm glad it's hitting the high points for you, Justice. I'm super glad. In terms of hero stats, I went skill cooldown for faster polymorph access. We got max crit damage. Note that this is not a Village Idiot character. I could have more damage here. It just happens to not be a Village Idiot. So, you know, I don't have that bonus to my crit damage. So you could hit even bigger numbers. And I'm using a Catatumbo. I have a backup Rain of Arrows, a backup White Rider. This Body Rocker is just from what this save used to be. I'm not actually using this at the moment. I suppose I could put on a Carouser there. Meh. I'm keeping an eye out for a Harbinger because I want to test that with this Deathless. But yeah, Amp Ward. I have triple amp here, but you know, you got lots of options. Try to get ones that drain for 20% if you can, which means not full battery, because full battery drains 25. That might not sound like a big difference, but if it's draining 25 and you get back 10 on every mage armor trigger, what that means is my amp happens, I cast a spell, and that's half of the drain gone. If I reload twice, that's also 20%. See, that's a lot of amp consistency. If I was to have a full battery, it would require an extra spell weaving stack, or getting an additional point in mage armor. which you have to use a specific class roll combination, and that locks you out of getting Awe, and locks you out of getting high threat count, which are the other options I would say to take over that.
Need some steel, do ya?
My bank full. Almost. I got room though. I think the game's a little too dependent on crit-based builds. Seems like you're penalized if you rolled a non-crit-based background. No, I don't think that at all, Failson. Not all of my saves are Village Idiot. In fact, a couple of my other builds aren't. And you can just... There's lots of damage avenues that don't crit. For example, Blast Gasp and Blast Chill cannot crit. Yet they are very, very large damage numbers. So, no, you can build around things that don't crit as well. Or you can just accept not having the extra points in crit damage, and you do get something else for not having that background. Village Idiot's 10% increased crit damage? Yes, that is 10 points. It's 10% worth of strength. And that is additive with other crit bonuses. So if you have a bunch of crit on your gear, the impact of Village Idiot does go down. The more geared you are, the less impactful Village Idiot is. So, like, it's better, but it's not that much better. Class Stab looks like a good build. Why do I feel like Zerker's a better fit? Zerker's just got a good setup, tree-wise, for adding damage formula to anything. It's also got good quality of life. It's got movement speed, healing, uptime on its effects. It's the only one that has any sort of frost efficiency in the tree, which can be big, especially with Zerker's other effects going on. Zerker's just comfy. It has a better skill tree than Sabo, in a broad sense. Zerker Capstone is also one of the strongest. It's just raw cooldown and uptime. It's tough to compare, but generally comparing Berserker in a broad sense, skill tree to skill tree, Berserker is always going to come out looking pretty good.
Forgotten before they hit the ground.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero bait.
Erotic min-max are triggered. Backgrounds generally need to rebalance, to be honest. It's just skewed right now. The tricky thing with that, Gwyn, is if they were to rebalance backgrounds, okay, they rebalance the thing that players can't change. So, like, do you leave it as is? Or do you invite the blowback of, wait, you made this one better, I want that one, but I picked this one, and then that snowballs into the, I also don't want to reacquire all my loot dice and stuff, etc., etc. Like, should they have been more equally balanced earlier on? Yeah, probably. But, like, is it worth doing anything about it now? That's the question. And I don't think it is, based on how this community acts. Not this community, and the people here. This community is and people who play this game. Hey Boom, how you doing? Ideas of background rebalance with the one-time side quest lets you change it. If they give a way to let you change it, sure.
At least you're some use.
117k. Very nice. I want to get Son of a Witch on this build so I can test out damage against, like, a strong ward.
Gonna need more magic. Lead all you want. It won't save you.
Oh, sorry about Stallion. Any idea if there are plans to add Twitch extension ornaments? They've not said anything, Midweek Soul. They've not announced any plans in one way or another for that. I would love to see some sort of extension. Makes my life a lot easier as well.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya?
But they've not said anything.
Oi! Thanks for that. Can't sling spells no more.
Just got a Quake Thunder, or my level 7 character gets him set for a while? Yeah, Beaver, that's strong. Congrats. Spirit Room. Standing still gained 20% increased lightning damage and ward regen delay. So this could work with this build, Spirit Room. Because I could stand still, get that extra lightning damage, I still get an amp, now it's a lot weaker, but ward regen delay being reduced to 0 is nice. It's got plus regen rate. This could be good. I'm gonna pick up this Spirit Room. We'll reroll that after this run and test it out. Because that extra lightning damage could be worth losing the 80% gun damage there. Because I don't have any sources of increased lightning damage at all right now. None. Other than Myth Rank. So that could be big. I'll have to test that. Builds this looks really fun. This is the Spellshot Clawbringer I've been messing around with since yesterday. Hey Avari, how you doing? It's taking advantage of Clawbringer's Awe skill, and giving a high consistency to on-crit effects. We're pairing that with Spellshot's very solid gunplay and reload speed, and shield mechanics. So we're using Spellshot to get far more frequent amp shots than we otherwise would. So we get to amp a Catatumbo, get the Lightning Bolt and the Ricochets with a high degree of consistency. And it's a very unique feeling playstyle. There's also other weapons we could use with this. Like, I do have this Rain of Arrows that, well, it'll speak for itself. Which kind of shreds with all the amp and reload speed. So our build ideas converge. I also have a Spellshot Claw, Devil's Am Shield build. Let's go, Stone Swan. Let's go. Big issue with background is, for example, I went Failed Monk because I wanted to spell spam on Grave, and halfway through realized my skill tree makes the cooldown from it completely unnecessary. Yeah, I did the same thing on a couple characters who went. Yeah. It would be nice to be able to change backgrounds. They've said you can't, and, you know, for creative reasons it makes sense. Like, you know, you make your tabletop character, there's certain parts of them you can't change, sure. You can change your stats, but not your backstory, and since your backstory is stats. But from a gameplay perspective, it does bug me slightly. trying. Yo, Thumb, thank you so much for the 10 months. Can't think of anything funny to say, so I'll just let her know I love him. I appreciate you, Thumb. I hope you're doing great. Support always means a lot to me. Thank you. Before I bounce to catch some Z's, if something works, love to share. Let me know if that's okay with you. I'll share it's okay. Yeah, what's going on? What kind of thing you sharing, Rohith? Finally got around to farming for liquid cooling yesterday. Got it. Drop after 3 attempts. Let's go, Avari. Saved you a lot of time, huh? What does the ring do? I've never understood it. There's the alert.
There you go, Quack.
I can't think of anything funny to say. So, I'll just let everyone know that I love them, Qua.
Thank you again, Thumb. So shell casing, basically, when your ammo's in the red, you get this bonus. So when you got almost nothing, it takes every effect on the ring, increases that by 50%. Now, in terms of these rings, there's some that are just clearly better than others. For example, Championship Ring is 100% when you damage a boss, so that's just more impactful when you need the bonus. Mood Ring is really, really, really good. Mood Ring is probably the easiest to access the boost on. Finger Ward you can get use out of, but if you're using like an Amp Ward, for example, you almost never have the bonus. But you can do like a shield refill kind of setup to try and get that uptime. Artwork I've been working on K6 and the Lenovo stream, working on all the streamers go out of the right community. Yeah, absolutely. We do have a channel, an art channel in the Discord that kind of stuff goes great in. If you want to, I don't know if you're on Discord or anything, but that's a good place for it. A lot of artists in this community, and I always love seeing what you guys work on.
See what happens? Can't wait to throw some spells.
I wish I was artistically talented, so I do live vicariously through you guys. There we go. Build theory crafting is an art form. Do you think so, Falson? I'd like to think so. Just want to be able to rename my character. I click through too fast and I'm newbie forever. Yeah, one of my characters is player name. So, I felt that.
I'll take that. Got no eat or be eaten. See forever. See mine.
Oh wow, you were the obelisk boss. I wasn't even paying attention. That was a good clear. Cool. I was not paying attention. Hey Bazooka dude, how you doing? Thank you for insights today. Catch you tomorrow. Take it easy, Rohith. I appreciate you. Always good to have you around. The player name is pure day one memeness. It is, Stump. It really is. Rolls back around to collection stuff. I wouldn't mind recollecting if I could change background, but also wouldn't mind not being able to change background if I didn't have to recollect. Right. It's an intertwined thing. It's one of the things I do understand why people want things to be account-wide, and sure, it would solve some problems, but ultimately, it's something that I personally just don't care enough about to, like, ask for myself. You know? It's making dice account-wide, like, sure, I guess that would help me, but
What shall I meet death out?
it would also piss a bunch of people off who, you know, like the way it works currently. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm not saying I agree with any of the takes there. Just, I ultimately don't care about the collectibles enough to really even have an opinion. I just play Chaos Chamber. It's what I do. Like, I got one of my saves that has all the collectibles and everything, and then this one has nothing. Just the gold shrine. Not even the other shrines. There's nothing. I should go and get, like, Brodus Punches at least. But nope. Just didn't bother. Those purple domes, they slow you while you're in there. They're traps.
Go stuff a pillow. Helpful. That's more like it. Leave it. Mind the gap.
My game is struggling right now. It's stuttering quite a bit.
Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you.
Hey, Alan Purr, how you doing? By the way. What exactly is gun handling? It's recoil. Recoil. That's all it is.
In it.
Swap speed's its own thing. Reload speed's its own thing. It's just, recoil. You didn't even grab Throtus or RNG and you're still getting more leggies than me. That's because it's ultimately luck. It's ultimately luck. Even getting every single source of luck in the game, you are still at the mercy of random chance. Which is why I maintain that loot dice don't mean that much unless you're intentionally putting yourself through the luck grinder that is dedicated farming. In which case, yeah, you'd get a little more out of it. But for a Chaos Chamber player, for me, like, I'm fine. I'll probably keep this character on low luck for showcase purposes. It's just like 160 dice or something. No shrine. I might do the shrine, but I'm probably not gonna grab more dice. It's like manhandling, you don't get arrested, or panhandling, you don't get any money. Would a good companion build, Spore, and Claw? I feel like you're missing some words there, Brucey. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Have fun, Fuzzball.
That's good damage. Ooh, rocket to the face. Alright, I found an attack that I can't take without health gate. Good to know. Good to know. Alright, that's good data. I forgot to grab those extra points in damage reduction that I was going to do, the respec. So, good to know. Good, thanks. How are you? Annoyed with technology today. Been having a rough couple of health days. But this build is fun, and builds make everything better. Wow, I'm getting knocked around as I'm respawning. That's okay. Not sure the counterplay to that one. Respawned into an explosion and immediately got one tap. Lovely. Spawn camp is toxic. Yeah. Stay back and nullify. I guess I'll take stay back. Got some fire poison combo spell. Absolute shreds. Forget the name. It sounds like a twister. Sounds like a twister. Hey, I low-key griefing. It do be like that. Just say no to fighting Solissa, chat. Solissa has this mechanic where if you make her health bar empty, she's not in the arena anymore.
cooking, little Cinder.
This reminded me, I told McGee I'd go do Nightmare. Hopefully we get Nightmare in the chamber.
Blast. Ammo's gone. Not this time. Ready to cast.
Playing random matchmaking game, they picked Roguelite and Elemental Beams, we got Spawn Camp to failure. Yeah, I can't imagine doing matchmaking in this game. Like, I would rather just turn off the game. No shot. Playing this game with friends, insanely fun. One of my favorite co-op experiences in gaming. Seriously. It's that good. Playing this game with randoms, I would rather replace my eyelids with sandpaper. When I'm alive, no enemies. When I'm respawning, all enemies. Better co-op than Deep Rock Galactic. Never played that one. Never played that one. Chaotic Sword Explosion, but Sword Explosion is bad, especially in a not ×3, so rip. Guess we keep rolling for Harbingers. Why are you poison damage and why do you only roll one passive? What can I do with that? Nothing I care to. It's an image I didn't need, got too visual. I aim to please. Somehow managed to do blue puzzle twice with randoms? How? How did they not just shoot it all? How did they even get in this? You know, I'm asking too many questions. Good job, Nola. That's the only takeaway there. Blank slate. Max health roll though. Smart armor. Bad skills. Take it anyway. That's a corrupted plate mail with awe, chat. It's only got 1 point in awe, but that is a corrupted plate mail with awe. Unfortunately, it doesn't have good passes. Like, move speed's good, ability damage, sure, I'll take it. But ward regen delay, it's trying so hard. It's trying so hard. I have to take that. I don't want to take that, but I have to take that. Head of the Snake, not great. Left Amnesia, not great. Marshmallow. Okay, you can fuck right off, game. That's toxic. No, that's actually toxic. I don't like this. This is too good for me to not pick up. You need it for melee build? I stopped using Buffmeister on melee build. I don't like being dependent on Buffmeister at all, so I moved on. But like, this is Zap Pew, which is spell damage and the gun stuff. Specifically, Cryo Buffmeister has a damage source of spell, meaning it scales up with spell damage. So like, that's really good. It's got 2 cooldown parts and a charge part. Now, having a charge part increases the cooldown. The cooldown parts are offsetting that. It's still got only 8-second duration, but 2 charges, so 16-second uptime per 33-second cooldown. Like, it's really good. I hate that I'm taking it. I hate myself for this. But that is way too good to not pick up. I don't like the Buffmeister. What do you think's best subclass for Spell Shot? Depends entirely on what you're doing. There's not going to be a best blanket like that in these kinds of games. It is situational. It is also subjective. You might enjoy a certain style more than another. There might be a certain thing that gets more out of a certain combination of classes than another. It's not going to be a clear answer. See, these are 2 that I have. I had this one on me, and like, that one's double duration rolled.
A fearsome dragon
Longer
returns,
cooldown, longer uptime. It's just ugh. Cat. Okay, let's roll that full battery. What do I have in my current ward? ASA Fire. Or not full battery. Spirit Room, rather. Excuse me. Spellcast gun damage. It's okay. What else did I even roll for? It's 30%. It's only 10 seconds, though. Might be good enough for testing purposes. Because getting that gun damage would offset losing the amp. We'll try it. Try it. Ah, no, I have it there. That's why I don't want that. Okay. That's fine. Just rolled something else. No. It's gonna be one of those items, huh? It's gonna be one of those items. Wait, actually, I should have taken that. I should have taken that enchant, because I'm using a Deathless, so my health is below 50%, so that would have been just like 30%. Fuck, I should have taken that. I wasn't paying attention. Oh well. Oh well, we can still take this. It's damage dealt. It's fine. It's less than that one, but it's fine. Mood Ring stack, thank you for testing.
Come on, have some fun.
Let's test this in the featured run again. Oh wait, hang on.
You go
Cancel.
ahead.
I want to
I'll
respec.
swing in later to make your life hard.
Dragon Lord, shut up. Let me cancel the run. Anything happen if you manage to hit all the targets on the big slide and Tangle Drift? Yeah, it opens a chest. Opens a chest right at the bottom of the slide. I could take Dedication here, but like I'm never gonna have, or at least I'm very infrequently gonna have full bonus there. I could take Radiance for a little more buffer, but like honestly, does that help me? Because max ward capacity without ward regen rate, that just means that my natural regen gets worse. That's all that does. Guess I take Blasphemous and Friend of Flame. let's say someone was not paying attention, accidentally deleted his daughter's save, it's gone forever. If you deleted it in the game menu, then it's gone. Yeah, it's just gone. Just retrace her exact steps in the game. It'll be fine, Kirk. You got it. It'll be fine. Good luck. Yeah, I didn't want to do full battery. I wanted to do spirit room. I got confuzzled while I was doing that. Lootla. Please don't do this to me, shield. No, I'll take that. Ashes Galactic lightning damage. That's big. That's good. So this thing is constantly regenning. Because it's got no delay as long as we're standing still. But the recharge rate is abysmal. Have to see how this plays out.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Got bad grades, so I deleted your save. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, I forgot. If you cancel a run, then you no longer get the quartz spawns in that run. Like, they just kind of disappear, whether you destroyed them or not. Gotta balance, take care, don't let that buff monster haunt your dreams. It will, Boom. It will. I'll never be free. But I appreciate you. You have a good one.
Had some fun, did you? Here, I've got a little...
Oh, you're doing the tutorial thing again? Yeah. Save, quit. Child never trust you again. She's 7, she'll get over it, but I don't want to tell her.
Ready to cast.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Ooh, Frostbite. I haven't had an on-level, level 40 Frostbite yet. The other attacks always apply a fire status effect. Does it take that dot value? Is it in addition to the Frost one? Like, I have questions. I'm buying it, but I still have questions. Expect sanctions. 7-year-old sanctions are probably pretty brutal, huh?
We'll see.
There's gonna be a hug embargo. Tough times are ahead.
Escape for the slaughter. I'll run for an active reload. See, like wait before the scythe.
Actually laughed out loud, I'm glad. What are we ranting about, Black Panther? What you got? What you got for us? She likes when you talk to me, Quag, so I can bring her on stream, you can tell her. I will attempt to watch my language.
Have fun, Buzzball.
Oh, ow. Hi. I'm being bullied. Yeah, so those rocket launcher goblins, they health gate you. Like that. Maybe I need more buffer for that. I don't think this thing is telling the truth about its while standing still thing. Or I suppose it reduces the delay to 0, so if you're standing still for any amount of time, it starts recharging. Like, all you have to do is just stop moving for like a frame, and then it starts recharging. Now, if it had better recharge rate, that'd be good. But this does mean, this with unarmored defense, it cuts the amount it needs to recharge in half. The recharge rate remains the same, but the amount goes in half. So with a Berserker, you cut that capacity down to 1600 instead of 3200. Still has a recharge rate of almost 400, so that's a much more favorable amount. And if you get like recharge rate down here, for example, that could be good. Definitely want that Harbinger now, though. Allergies killing me, let's rant about that. Okay, I have terrible allergies. Like, when I was little, I used to have really bad seasonal allergies, but at some point I outgrew that. And somehow, several years into being a cat caretaker, that's when I developed a mild cat allergy. And it's just like, so like Kevin likes to sleep next to my face. So sometimes I'll wake up in the morning and I'll have allergy symptoms because of that, but, you know, he's too fucking cute, so I tolerate it. But it wasn't like that for the first few years. I just kind of developed it out of nowhere. So yeah, now I'm allergic to fucking everything. It's awful. I don't have food allergies or anything, so it feels good about that, but just ugh. Constantly sneezy all the time. That's especially frustrating, you know, in 2022, where if you got a cough or a sneeze, that could be real bad, and you don't know. The only reason I don't panic is because I don't go anywhere. But as an immunocompromised person with allergies, it's often a roller coaster. Ouch. That hurt. You're rude. Decided I don't like you because you're rude. That's what we have Rain of Arrows for. Same here, immunity issues with cat and cat allergies. Yeah, so it's like, am I dying, or is this just cat hair in my nose? Guess we'll flip that coin. Overexposure can make you allergic. Allergic to hops. Now I can't drink any of my favorite beers. That sounds awful. Oh. Most fun gun personally right now? Good question. I really do like this Catatumbo a lot, I must say. I must say I like that a lot. Wait, you're not my wyvern. I thought you were my wyvern. Die. Myvern? any gun that's not loud. Some of them are quite chonky in the sound department, must say. I can tell if someone owns a dog within 2 minutes of meeting them, my eyes will itch. Ooh. I mean, good early detection, but also, ugh. Yeah, anyone who has a cat allergy, sorry, you can't get near me, because no matter what I do, I just can't get the cat hair out of all my shit. So, like, one of Jake's favorite spots is my travel bag that I use when I go places. So, not only is it always just saturated, just like it's got cat hair all over it, even after I clean it, while I'm packing, he will always find a way to get inside onto, like, the clothes and stuff. And he'll just be vibing on top of the stuff. He just loves being in that bag. I don't know why. If I put it out of his reach, he will climb to it. So I just let him sit on the closed bag and deal with the fact that the top layer of whatever I pack will have cat hair on it.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. Mind the gap!
Keep 3 kinds of antihistamine on hand. Doctor told me don't stick to one kind, so become immune to them. I'll just gobble them, rather have pets. Totally get the impulse there. Yeah, for sure.
That's it, suits
Let's see how this does against Parasite. Okay, to link a tweet with the new skeleton key? Absolutely, Kirk. Absolutely. Thanks for looking out for the community.
That's more like it. Homicide. Go stab a pillow.
Alright, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
You're some you.
Not the fastest, but like I didn't take any damage. That was nice. It's got high thread count, but nothing else is good about this. Awkward. Here's the code. Ooh, thank you. Let me just go ahead and do the amplify thing. Thank you, Mario. Not usually one for copying builds, but I love the Catathon, but this looks so much fun. Yeah, this is a good time. I need this Harbinger for more amp consistency. Selective Amnesia with Blast Gasp. Also rolled the Zerker area damage skill. Has area damage on the bottom. That's really trying. I'll make room for that. I'll make room. I have too many Quaking Thunders. I don't have a problem, chat. I don't know what you mean, but I can tell you I don't have a problem with Quaking Thunders, okay? I do not have too many Quaking Thunders. I resent the accusation, and I I would appreciate if you did not make it again. Sir. You ever take a massive gulp of coffee and then remember that you've been holding it for a while? Not the coffee, but small bladder problems. Yeah, me either. Me literally right now at work. Double gun handling roll. Never have recoil again. Small bladder gang. Literally no one said anything. Stump, you don't need to rewrite history, okay? You sassed me, and I forgave you already. But you're on thin ice. So I can make a pun for each separate Quake and Thunder spell you have without seemingly having a problem? Yes, Hazel. You know what? By all means, because I don't have a problem. I can stop picking up Quake and Thunders anytime I would like to. I do it for you. You guys made me do it. Really don't want to do homework today. Shitting here, grunting. Shitting here, huh? Go on. That's relatable. Everybody poops, Lil Rob. Everybody poops. There's no shame in it. Don't be ashamed of your active shitter. Any poopers in chat? We all know Quack is a hidden mule full of thunders. Joke's on you, that's all my characters. Trying to navigate Tanglewood has given me an aneurysm. It's a little awkward at times, yeah. Yeppers poop. Not the moment for me, sorry. Understandable. Superhuman. What do I have these? Why did I keep those? Okay, I made a bank space. Now I can use that bank space for... What am I gonna put in there? I can put away one of my Quake and Thunders. Okay, see? I don't have a problem. I let one go. It's just that easy. Keep my RGB shit bucket right next to my desk at all times, like a true gamer. I respect it. We have myth rank to spend. I don't really care where most of these points are going, to be honest.
Then a left? No.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Body's so efficient. Nice. I mean, I'm sorry for your loss, also, but nice? I don't know.
Bet you wish you turned away. Thanks for the reload, idiot. Forward line.
I like that this build is using wards that are not Body Rune or Cursed Whip. That makes me happy.
Spells are up.
What did I crit the barrel. I was like, hang on, I got the lightning bolt. I missed. What? No, I hit the barrel. Trust in Magic? Absolutely, I will take that. Getting Trust in Magic on a Deathless setup feels fucking good, man. Look at that buffer. Look at that big old buffer. Something I do want to mess around with this is if we run a spell that can actually kill, we could try out the enchant that makes you have a chance to shoot an extra projectile after getting a spell kill. And a Catatumbo shooting out 2 shots instead of 1, even occasionally, would be a huge spike in damage.
I'd give it all for a little more.
It would be rather large. Go for bark again? Nah. No bark right now.
That's more like it. Have fun, Fuzzball. I don't do war stuff. Well done, as it was foretold.
Random white item. Stop it.
Enemy shot.
Don't want that. I don't want it.
What have we here? Wool-headed fool.
Oh, that just kind of fizzles out, huh? Okay. And pincushion, yes, please.
At least you're some use. You knew what this was. Instant chasm. I've got all the magic I need.
This is a slow one.
All dead. You're stopped.
What's Butt Stallion giving us here? 9 out of 5 font of mana. That's why our cooldown feels so fast. Okay. What's the highest you guys have ever gotten a skill from Butt Stallion, by the way?
You won't be needing that.
14? Which one is that, Sneezy Urchin?
Someone might
fire. Buff Stallion. Cryo and Craftsolator. I'll take it. Could be useful. Berserker, whichever one's closer to enemy, reduce damage, increase Kevin. Ah, the old ways? Yeah, 14 of the old ways is insanely good. That's a lot of tank and a lot of damage. Ooh, that sounds fun.
Don't stop a pillow.
It was fun? Certainly sounds like it.
Step into your grave.
Okay, so that armor that gives stuff for standing still. What does it give? Yeah, it gives dark magic efficiency, a random element, and what? Crit chance? Is it crit chance or crit damage? Because if it's crit chance, lol.
Solid stop. Ready to bring the arcane pain.
3 high thread count, it was nuts. That's on top of the 1+1 from my investment, so 17 max stacks. That's crazy, some old guy. That's so much. Like, that's spell damage, that's gun damage, that's fire rate. That's so much. That's higher chance to get the, if you're spec'd into a Warcaster. Something I want to try is Spellshot Graveborn, where you use Graveborn Capstone to just spam Warcaster. That sounds like a good time.
Breaking ground. Lead all you want. It won't save you.
Wonder if it's also post-ad. Ooh, the chance from that? That'd be interesting. Because then just... That's what, 50% from that chance. So you would only need 4 points in awe plus your base to have 99% crit chance. If that one was also post-ad.
I do love my stuff. Spell swords are ready. Hot as the oven.
That would be the ultimate standstill for damage Giga Chad shit. I don't like either of these. Guess I'll take Frozen Vengeance. Totally not just firing up the game right now. Thank you for testing in advance. Throwing a Berserker spell shot and the whole idea was popping spells in close. A fun playstyle for sure.
Oi! Thanks for that. Earthbreaker. Barely broke a sweat. Now you're a sleepy idiot.
Also get out of my head for build ideas. Great minds. Oh, seriously, you had a ton of ideas in Borderlands 3 that kind of changed the way I look at certain kinds of builds, and I like it. I live for it. Chad, if you're not following Stone Swan, do that. Change the thing. He's always got crazy ideas. A lot of the ways I think about certain build concepts were inspired by him. Also, yes, we finally got Son of a Witch. Damage schedule Spirit Rune? Yeah. Sony's crazy can confirm. See, there you go. That's fine, my guy. You do your thing. Oh, that attack hurts. Yeah, sigil for this would be ideal. Yeah, I'm gonna want a sigil for this. Okay, that's fine. Have the Son of a Witch. As long as you use appropriate builds if you're going to try to brute force past the mechanics, he's fine. Like, I'm brute forcing mechanics right now, which means I should change something up. So I'm gonna equip a sigil real quick. And that should give me the room to be able to do this. Do I have one with a non-redundant? They all have that, huh? Oh no, okay, that actually works out perfectly. Why did I not have that? Okay, that's better. That's better.
No grave can hold me.
Oh, well, he's inside. He's not supposed to be inside with me. I may have gotten too close. Yeah, stay over there.
Gonna need more magic. Escape for the slaughter.
See, sigil.
Let's get.
Sigils make this fight so much easier. You just block all his ranged stuff. It's so nice. White Rider. Maybe I'll run with this sigil for a while. I like having the Quaking Sunder though, because the fire damage will trigger the crit damage from awe, but like the sigil just lets me say hi, no to stuff he's doing. Alright, I'll favorite it. That's definitely something to keep in mind. So for anyone struggling with Son of a Witch, you got that sigil option. That's always there for you. Having an interesting time with Grave Stabbo doesn't do a lot of damage, but manage to have an interesting spell spam build or use Arcane Bolt to increase cooldown crit hits. Third, so I can get from the shadows faster, more blessing for Hydra Companions, other skills. That's fun, John. My Grave Stab uses, some of that stuff together. Yo, Rob, thank you for gifting a sub to the community. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I went to Loves to Spooge 420. Nice. Thank you so much, Rob. I think ideally the Wyvern things that heal the shields and spawn half as often other than that, which is fine. I don't think they're really problematic right now. I think it just serves as a build check. Son of a Witch and Drill are just checks. Make sure you either know what you're doing or have the gear to not know what you're doing. That's how I look at it anyway.
She's just a girl and she's on
There's the
fire.
alert. Bit late. Sigil's good for the Mushroom Rune? Yes, yes it is. Definitely. Blocks a lot of problematic stuff. It's also good for the Fortifying Sigil, which is just good for healing off damage in downtime phases, which is important during the Yellow Raid boss and the Maker. Sigils are just great. Also, what is this luck? Pain, suffering, misfortune. Okay. Well, this didn't go well. Weren't. Bunnies looping so stacked together so annoying. Yeah, Silent. I don't love that. Need a despawn items option. I agree. Just like a vacuum button you can hit or something. Or ideally a vendor, because then you could just sell the stuff to the vendor. Although that doesn't help people like me who don't have space to pick up things to sell. But you win some, you lose some, you get unreasonably upset at some. That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. Any good poison spells? Poison spells. You can get Twister in Poison Element. That's definitely one. Concentrated magic barrages of the Poison Element. You can get very high damage. You can get like a 6700 times 2 if you get perfect parts, extra projectile, and volatile roll on a concentrated magic barrage. Fast cooldown, short charge time, homing, high damage. What else? Yeah, in terms of poison in the spell department, there's definitely fewer options, I'd say. That's interesting.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
It's not post-ad, but 50% increased dark magic efficiency and 50% increased element, still very strong. Okay, not post-ad, but that's still really good. Like an Impaling Poison Spike, that'd be cool, yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of weirdly locked to Cryo. That's like, it's not strong because it's Cryo, but it's strong and happens to be Cryo. You know, the times 4 SMGs, Ice Spikes, Liquid Cooling, Berserker's Bonus Element, Blast Chill, those all just happen to be Cryo. They're good not because of that, though, which is weird. I wonder why they did things that way.
Never a moment's peace. A credit to the brave. Solid stop. Step into your grave.
Should have had more poison options in Spore Warden. Yeah. I almost feel like Barrage should have been Poison Element. Is that weird? I feel like it would have made a little more sense. Vendors of the funnies? Yeah, yeah. 'Cause that lets you get the money out of all those items on the ground. That means more STUs and such. So that vendor had Marcus in there himself.
Not so tough now, are ya? Spellboards are ready. All out the oven. Gonna need more magic. Idris.
Yeah, I Rain of Arrows, big work. Look at that little shit.
Earthquake.
Hey Rob, thank you for giving another sub. Going to Jester, not Jester, John Blast. I appreciate it. I saw J and I was like, what's the first J name I can think of? Going to John Blast. Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate it. Making some modded weapons at? Not here. And if that's all that interests you in this game, I'm sorry, homie. We don't have much in common. Cyclone doesn't really fit in with the rest of Spore Warden. It does feel like it's missing something. I don't quite know what. I'm still messing around with it. I have a, a build in progress trying to get some stuff out of Barrage, or not Barrage, Blizzard, rather, you know, the other B1. But it's so far, it's just feeling like a gun build that's actively nerfing itself by not using Barrage. I'm like, eh. Gotta support the Quag. I appreciate that, Rob. Thank you so much. Goes a long way.
Now you're a bleeding idiot.
Yeah, this build's fun. I was not expecting this to just be what I was playing today. But it ended up working out really well. I like this. It's a Quambly. Even Sabo because of potent poisons, you think it has poison damage somewhere. Yeah, we don't have much access to poison damage in this game, which is probably feeding into, a lot of people are theorizing that maybe the DLC class is something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's like an alchemist or something. An apothecary. Curious to see what we get with that.
What an epic belly rub you shall have. Oi! Thanks for that.
Another cool thing about this build is you could play this in co-op, and since everyone uses Body Rune, almost no one uses Spirit Rune, you'd be providing group utility. Cleric, class name Clerical Error. Love it. It's a cleric with a bunch of fourth wall breaking stuff. Clerical Error.
I could get used to this.
Does the lightning channel other enemies? You get ricochets, standard black powder ricochets. You saw the two that shot off to the side there? You get that. So you get the lightning bolt on the target you hit, and then you get ricochets on other targets. That DLC character's head in the trailer, is that like a pumpkin or a garlic onion head accessory it was wearing? I have no idea. We know pretty much nothing about that, and it could be a seasonal cosmetic or something. Could be how that character looks. We have no idea. Okay, damage. That was some pretty good DPS, I gotta say. That was good. Ooh, I like that. It's only Parasite, but that was still good. Did Zed's voice actor pass away? Not to my knowledge, but I have no idea. I know he was sick when BL3 was being done. So that's why he didn't make an appearance in that game, but I hope he recovered. I've not heard anything about him recently. So this is the thing. So I need to pick this up. It's not fantastic rolls, but I need to pick that up, and I'll show you guys. What can I drop? What can I drop? What can I drop? What can I drop? Too many Quaking Thunders. I can drop one of these. Pain. So this one is an extra point in Mage Armor, which means every Spellweaving stack restores 20% instead of 10. Now, if our Amp Drain is 20% and we get back 10 every time we get a Spellweaving stack, that's super consistent Amp. That's like...
How's that for an active reload? Spells are up!
I'm getting it back faster than my ward bar is keeping up with. You see, it still looks empty when I'm shooting, but I'm still getting the amp. That's crazy. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, chat. I'll be right back. I have an idea. But I need to pee before I execute this idea. Alright, be back. Don't keep saying this seriously, want a Bard? Bard would be cool. Bard would be cool. Don't see anything about it? Okay, glad he's okay. So... Amp on every shot with this Torgue sticky stuff? Could be fun. could be real fun. 30% ward regen rate here is nice. It's like, okay, 30% more ward regen rate. I assume that'd be added with the 15% there. Still wouldn't make a huge difference on this ward in particular. Hey, it's the build I was thinking of. Yeah, I'm gonna favorite this, because this is... What other skills does this have? This rolled with... What does this thing even roll? Oh yeah, it's these two. Okay. Only one dedication. 2 radiance is... Or 3 radiance, whatever. Is awkward. I would rather 1 mage armor, 4 dedication. Because more ward capacity can make it tougher to actually regen. But that's interesting. It's promising. It's promising. It's not an upgrade over this Deathless though, right? This one has 3 awe. So yeah. But maybe for guns with non-crit effects here. I like it. I like it. Should be getting 47% of your amp on the stickies because on-shot waiting. You think that's worth it? What kind of build are you going for? We are doing an amp build right now. An amp build with this thing, the Catatumbo. And it's going very well. It's going very well. I'm trying to get a Harbinger amulet right now. So that I can have another source of ward regen. Still a 47% straight up increase. Yeah. Just chaos loot luck that glitches out. Does it actually affect the in-game loot luck or just UI bug? It actually affects it. At least by every metric I've seen in my own experiences, it does actually cause your luck to be wonky. But yeah, toggling chaos level fixes it. Lightning damage joint training. It's Berserker. If that had been Clawbringer, that would have been good. I need on Harbinger. I'm going for, I suppose, lightning damage spell shot power? Or fire damage spell shot power? One of those. Like some sort of damage passive, if possible. I'm not even sure if I'm going to stick with the Harbinger long term, because I just want to use it to try to get more uptime on the amp stuff, but we're not exactly activating our action skill frequently with Polymorph. If anything, that would be like, we go Storm Dragon's Judgment instead. Yeah, we'd go Storm Dragon's Judgment instead.
Let's get
You have any Stablo melee builds I can try? I have one that I play from time to time. I like going with, you got your Banshee melee weapon, that's always a good reliable one to have. You go down to Berserker Capstone, you take Stablomancer as your other class, and you use From the Shadows. So you walk around swinging your greatsword. Every hit's gonna crit. Greatswords have a high crit multiplier. So you do that, and every kill you get is going to increase the duration of your From the Shadows. So it's stealthy melee. It's a good time. As usual, if you so choose, you can hold a live wire to make that even better. So I don't know if they plan on releasing Bunkers of Badass as a tabletop game. They did. Yeah, they did that a few months ago, Brian. 'Tis a thing. Came out before the game. What? Yeah, it's a thing.
Good luck.
I shit you not.
me arcane pen.
I would B&B copy sitting on my desk. Nice. Absolutely real. I believe, also to promote the game release, I think they had, Critical Role did a session of Bunkers and Badasses, if I remember correctly.
Mind the gap.
Canada, we're still waiting for it to be shipped. When I get it, should be thrilled. Pardon the stomach growl. Yeah, I'm thinking about picking it up at some point.
Death out with me.
But, you know, in-person tabletop games, not something I've had an opportunity or circumstances to do for a while. So, it'd be just collecting dust for a while. Critical Role also had Tiny Tina's VA be the Bunker Master. Ashley Birch, yeah. Already feel my wall of hatred. And when this gameplay loop comes together, it's so satisfying. Like, I melee to deliver my echo, but also to get my amp. And when Awe is active, using my Sunder hits really hard, but also gets my crit damage from Awe to be, you know, active. Area damage, spell, crit chance. High thread count. I have a better one. Let's try. I just had his day ruined, he really did. He was trying. Fuck you, big work. Hi, Kevin.
How's that for
Hi.
an active reload?
Cat was making cat noises. I didn't want him to think I didn't hear the cat noises. Just realized I don't have to run or peck at all the shards, so they'll collect when I go through the portal? Yes. Yes, it's okay. I found that out several days of playtime in, thanks to chatters such as yourself. ME3 King, if you're here, thank you again.
Magic's dry. Spells are up. One-headed fool. I would run if I were
What's the strategy with when to take buff versus curse portals to maximize crystal gain? Well, the curses are always going to increase your crystal gain, but the point where you have to choose is something like this. Like, this room directly gives crystals. This room increases your future crystal intake. So it depends on how far in the run you are. In an early room, more crystals is going to maximize, or more curses, excuse me, is going to maximize your overall gain. But since we're kind of mid-late, This won't be active for too many rooms, so like this then gains value. Is this confirmed? Yes. Yes, your first mistake. Good. Crystals auto pick up when you go through a portal. I'll prove it to you on this room. We'll count my crystal total without running over everything, and then we'll count it again when I use the portal. If you would like to see a first-hand test. So Dragon Lord early run, Crystal Chest late? Yeah, that's my personal preference. Also, the more curses you have, the more value elite rooms get. So, turning a room into an elite room, not ultimately very impactful unless you have a couple curses. Now, you always start with one curse, so that's something. But, I'd say, unless you have a hard curse, or at least 2 different ones, elite rooms aren't going to be too valuable. Except, always make the Obelisk room elite, unless you know it's Pigwort. In which case, I don't know, maybe don't for your sanity. That's trying. Not very hard, though. Okay, so like this would result in more crystals than that, so I'm gonna take it anyway. But it's still minimally impactful. If Elite Pigwort is a taste of Elite Raid bosses, I don't want it. Thanks, you're very welcome.
Gonna need more magic. Oi! Thanks for that. Can't wait to throw some spells.
Skip. We'll do it again on this room. Another Spirit Rune. Brimming Spirit Rune. Not really useful because Deathless. So, I tried. Okay, so we'll leave those crystals on the ground. 2201. Elite Pigwort is literally anathema. Yeah. Yeah. 2311. They do pick up. Base tank parasite. He was trying to drain us, we're just like, no.
That's more like it.
That was fun. It's got a chaotic live wire with Barrage Explosion enchant. I'm actually pogging. That's sick. That's so strong. And yes, that enchant does trigger on the live wire chains from meleeing because of their gun damage. You can do some silly stuff with that. That was my tanky setup. Yeah, it's pretty tanky until you get to one of 2 things. A, the purple goop. Or B, fucking goblin rocket launchers. Those guys, they're just like, hi, bye. They hit hard. Maybe I need more buffer for that. Could move friend to flame point there, but like, eh. Okay. Third, lightning spell shot, like, it's probably an upgrade over what I'm using right now. Doesn't have all damage though. Okay, I can leave that. Lightning Graveborn Harbinger. Unfortunate. Frantically parkour around purple goop. Yeah. So, Banshee, Drill, Dragonlord get a little awkward. Do you run Harbinger on yours, Stone Swan? Or do you run something else? Because, like, joint training is definitely just more damage. The third is just here because it's here. And, like, I have all damage roll on mine. Skeep is, of course, a way out if you should go down. Skeep with Deathless actually is a pretty good idea because it doesn't, like, you're at 1. It doesn't trigger or anything. But if I was to... then Skeep pops out. So, like, it only actually shows up if you go down. Like, Skeep might be the play here, because it's actually just, it only shows up if you go down when you're using Deathless. Because Skeep is only checked on a health value change. What does Zap Kachow do on Buffmeister again? Elemental damage? Zap is spell damage, and Kachow is ability stuff. Exclamation point Buffmeister has the full list for you, Stump. Okay, a little bit overtime. So I've heard about this, where you get a vending machine where it's just this. That happens sometimes. Awkward. But yeah, this build's going well. I think I'm gonna mess with this a little more. It's funny, the last 2 builds that I've made just ended up being, hey, what if I just awe? And yeah, it works. It works. So I'm gonna call it for today's stream. Thank you guys so much for the raids, the follows, the bits, the subs, gifted, just everything. You guys are great. The chatting and support, especially. We had some tech issues at the start of the stream today, so I don't know what the VOD's gonna look like for the archive channel because I had to start and stop stream like several times. I appreciate you bearing with the extensive chat delay, the lower quality. It bugs the shit out of me, but between my hardware and my ISP around here, they give me more headaches than they should. Unfortunately, I have no recourse there. So I appreciate your patience. Might look into that PC finally that I've been dragging my feet about. But let's see where we can go. But I appreciate you guys hanging out all through the stream today. I'll next be live tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. More Wonderlands, but don't go anywhere yet. I'll find somewhere for us to go. Yo, Rob, thank you for gifting another out to the community, to Earthshock. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. See, Birdman's on. I think he got some raid love. Okay, that's good. Last time I raided Tweety around now, she was just starting, and I ruined the vibe of the stream. Oh, Birdman's working on making Blizzard good. I'll have to check and see what he's doing. Lazy's leveling a character. Let's check it over there. 1 plus week of 2K ignoring me not being able to get above Chaos 15. So sad to see them go on the route of all the other big ones. Okay, well that's just stupid, Myths. They're not ignoring anything. Also, 2K is the publisher, not the developer. The big Gearbox thing. And also, they're not ignoring. We just haven't had a patch yet because patches are expensive, infrequent, and we're likely to get one in less than 2 weeks when the DLC drops. Some issues are, you know, only patchable. So I'd say maybe be a little more mature in your feedback and expectations there. But I hope you're having a wonderful day otherwise. Let's raid Lazy.
If I'm here, and my foes are there...
So I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And thank you once again for everything, all the support. Rob, thank you for the last minute gift sub. Again, means the world. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Enjoy Wonderlands, enjoy your day, and thank you again for everything. Bye-bye.
DPS. So if this one starts dropping off, I can flick on over to the ×2 one.